Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You should have it unless it's revised. I printed it out.
Doesn't say revised.
It says revised?
It does not
Oh, so you should be able to.
say revised, but he said he would move it, actually, just gotta see something, see it actually moving it.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Microphone check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So, then he goes and looks the Wilbur in Boston.
Excuse me, everyone. It's working. Test, test. Excuse me, everyone. That sounds terrible.
Turn on. Hello, hello. Kind of on. I'm hearing something.
Yeah.
It's kind
How's
of
this one?
tinny.
All right. Well,
Hello, hello.
geez, that's not really great. Sorry for the. That's not. We're on? Okay.
We're on.
All right, sorry for the audio. The time is now 7 p.m. I'll now call this meeting of the Bridgewater Town Council to order. Please join me in rising for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You guys, you want to mute your mics? Maybe that'll help.
Just a suggestion, maybe we should only turn our mics on when we're talking because it might cut down on the, just a thought.
It's a very strange sound.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you, everyone. This town council meeting is being streamed live via YouTube. Please go to the Town of Bridgewater Facebook page for the link. Tonight, I have condolences from our veterans agent. Please join me in recognizing Michael G. Fersoli, U.S. Air Force, served in Korea, passed away. Can you hear me? No? How's that? Yeah.
You're gonna have to talk loud, you have to keep them on, everybody has to talk loud. Yeah, they did an upgrade and it messed up the mic, so you just have to talk loud without the mic.
Without the mic.
Yeah, talk like I do.
Okay.
Talk without the mic.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Everybody.
All right. Hopefully everybody can hear me in the back. We're off to a good start tonight. Please join me in recognizing Mr. Michael G. Fersoli, U.S. Air Force, served in Korea, passed away on September 5th. Please join me in a moment of silence for Mr. Fersoli. Thank you. We will start our public hearing at 7:05. We have a couple minutes here. So let's go on to approval of minutes. We have the September 2nd minutes, I believe. Ms. Hunt, you have an amendment you'd like to make to those?
Yes, I do, if I can find it again. That's gentleman on the other side of me. Yes. Should I read, do you want me to read it?
Yeah, if you just want to read this amendment into the record as it is.
Do you want me to yell it at them? Yes. So it says, Councilor Hunt's amendment to the 9/2/25 meeting minutes. Councilor Hunt noted that while she was Bridgewater's elected town clerk working in the old town hall office, responses from BSU, Bridgewater State University, were always incredible. A few years after the town hall basement was flooded, it became a dangerous mess and bad for everyone's health, and when called, BSU came immediately to clean it up. When she digitized all of our annual town reports and went to IT department to ask if they could be put online, the documents, to put the documents online, they said we did not have the capacity. She called the university, and they were quick to have all the documents online and available to the public. That's the change.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to amend the minutes?
Second.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
And do I have a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Next, we have approval of the September 16 meeting minutes. Do I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. It is now just about 7:05. I will open the public hearing. This hearing has been duly advertised in the 923 Enterprise. The TIF Ad Hoc Oversight Committee did deliberate over this, and they did vote to recommend 5-0 at their 8/21 meeting. At this time, I'm going to ask somebody to make a motion to continue the hearing until after legislation for action, and just, thank you.
Second.
Thank you. And just a brief discussion on that, just so the public knows, this is out of courtesy for some visitors who are here giving a presentation. We want them to give their presentation and have them get on their way, and then we will have our public hearing continued until after that. So all those in favor of continuing the hearing? Aye. And motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, so we will now move on to announcements from the president. So I just wanted to address the public. I know I see a lot of new faces here, and I'm looking forward to the discussion this evening, presumably for our hearing. I just wanted to give a little overview of the schedule of how the hearing goes for those who may be kind of new to this process. Soon we're going to have a citizen open forum. This is for general comments about any town issue. We would ask that if you want to make comments that are related to the public hearing, please reserve those comments for that public hearing. You will have adequate time to voice your opinions during that public hearing period. You are more than welcome to say anything you'd like during citizen comments, but in order to have a complete record of the hearing, we would ask that you reserve those comments for that public hearing. Otherwise, it will not be part of the official record. And as the public hearing will go, we will open it up for general comments from the public. We will then ask those to come up who would like to speak in favor of the item. Then we're going to ask for those who would like to speak in opposition to that item. Then the council will deliberate, we will close the hearing, and then we will go ahead and vote on that measure. So I just wanted to do a little bit of an overview for everybody, just so that we're all aware of how we're going to proceed this evening. It is my job as council president to maintain decorum. I look forward to a spirited discussion amongst everybody, and I want everyone to treat each other with respect and have a educated and open conversation. So I look forward to that from you all and from our fellow councilors. That is all that I have for announcements. We do not have any proclamations, so I will now open up Citizens Open Forum. Due to Massachusetts open meeting law requirements, discussions will not take place during public comment periods. If appropriate, responses to questions and concerns will be given by the town manager at a future town council meeting. Anyone may comment at this time. Please state your name and address for the record, and you will have up to 3 minutes. Yes.
Can everybody hear me on this one? Or I'm going to have to use my big girl voice. Janet Hanson, Pleasant Street. I want to speak about water issues in town, particularly the Lakeshore Center area across from the NIP. It's being overdeveloped. All the current buildings have been approved by special permit with the 1988 agreement. The current hotel project before the planning board, for reasons not understood fully, only need a site plan, not a special permit. That was discussed with the CEDD in January 2024, I believe. This area is an ACEC, area of critical and economic concern, as everyone should know, and it boggles the mind how so much development can and is being approved. Now a hospital rehab center in Compass is being proposed. While it's in the infant stages, it has a lot that needs to be corrected and explained before it can be approved considered to be approved by the planning board. One major concern is that the town engineer report revealed to the planning board 9/17 on the last 2 pages, water. I hope all the town council and town manager had opportunity to see that report. DPW strongly states our water towers are now experiencing critical low water levels during time of year when they historically were able to be kept at safe levels. DPW is not in support of projects with high water supply demand because it's a public safety issue. They continue to say, well, until we have infrastructure needed to maintain safe water levels, we, the DPW, cannot support this, meaning Encompass, project. There is also needs to be a water impact study, which I don't know has been done yet or not. That's a requirement. These statements from the DPW is a wake-up call to the TC, town manager, planning board, CED director, and developers. Things need to be done right. Zoning, et cetera, needs to be reviewed. Water is a huge issue, as every town councilor, everyone is aware. We just cannot keep going without stepping back and carefully analyze and review everything before proceeding, no matter how long it takes. Do not rush projects. We need to slow down, need to know all the facts. Do not forget again that this is an ACEC that needs protection for all before it's lost forever. And I will add, that the NIP is also, wetlands. There's more to it than that, just all that development. So I just ask that everybody really pay attention to what is going on down there and slow down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Julia Blanchard, and I have a very loud voice. I'm 27 Brattle Road. Very briefly, Bridgewater is currently in a water supply crisis. In a letter to the planning board, the town engineer, Mr. Gregory Tanzi, wrote a 15-page site review on the proposed rehabilitation hospital at Zero Lakeshore Center. Near the end of this report, he writes, the DPW is not in support of this project because Bridgewater is currently in a water supply crisis. Currently, Bridgewater cannot safely supply water to meet the current demands during contingency conditions without reducing water pressures in our distribution network to unsafe levels. That's a quote. It goes on to explain the minimum water pressure needed to maintain a safe system and to avoid water main breaks and other problems. Then he says the DPW is not in support of projects with high water supply demand because it's a safety, public safety issue. Now, we've had drought conditions. We weren't allowed to water at all this summer, as you all know. And to allow more major building projects in the town until the water situation is solved would be unconscionable. I'm asking the town to consider placing a temporary moratorium on major building projects, not for residents seeking to add a room to their house, but apartment buildings and hospitals and the like. Alternatively, the town could update the table of uses in the zoning code to better reflect what's actually feasible for the different areas of our town. There is no way we can currently support any more large buildings that would strain and potentially break our flagging water system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Marilyn McDonald. I also have a loud, not shy voice, so hopefully you can hear me. I'm here tonight in support of your legislation order FY 26021 for the request of legislation to allow additional all alcohol beverages at Roach Brothers. Many people probably know it as Pages in there. As a businesswoman myself, I am so supportive of this. Jay and Jane Kotak are phenomenal business owners, and like we did back in the day with the Berniers, Ma Bernier Beer and Wine Liquor, you support who's in now and let them grow from there. And they have, a great way with them, and I support this legislation 100%, and I hope you guys do too. Again, can't say enough about them, and just again, want to just give my full support, and let's get our businesses that are here now contributing to grow further. And just one more thing, first time in front of you guys, so welcome, and I know it's a hot seat, but also you're chair of Conservation Commission, and I just finished my 42-year tour of duty as a Faulkner Hospital nursing supervisor in Brigham and Women's, and COVID's over. It's always going to be with us, but as you can see, it's, we're good. We desperately want to get back in this room. We feel we serve Bridgewater better. We serve the applicants better. We serve the abutters better. We serve the commission better if we can get back in here live. So with that, that's my only thing I'd like to, add. And looking forward to hearing some good, respectful dialogue on your hearing coming up. So thank you, guys. And
Thank you.
Hi, Bill Wood, 388 Hayward Street. Got a couple subjects. You don't have to start your timer. I got my own egg timer. I carried that for 10 years on the council, by the way. Road improvements is the first subject. When the Lions were setting up the pumpkin people down on the common, they noticed multiple road rage incidents over about an hour. There are some very simple fixes. We're not going to see the common changed in our lifetime, so let's do the simple fixes. 1, add a no turn on red to the Main Street right lane going onto the common. This will improve the traffic flow and promote the right-of-way to reduce conflicts. 2, make the intersection an all-stop for pedestrian crossings. Facilitate safety in light of possible new residents nearby. I saw multiple near misses with children in the half-day release, and people should not have to dodge cars like it's a game of Frogger. I know you want me to wait for the TIF, but I have to get going, so I'm going to comment on the TIF right now. A tax increment financing agreement can provide benefits. Norwood and Westwood have used TIFs to encourage business growth. If Bridgewater wanted to grow a business district, then a TIF would be appropriate, but the Broad Street project is primarily residential rental, and a TIF is not appropriate. A friend and I had a long chat about the tax implications for homeowners should a TIF and tax discount be created for the developers on Broad Street. We both agree that the impact would be minor, a few dollars added to each homeowner's tax bill to subsidize the absence of taxes from the developer. Where we disagreed was whether the incentive for development was necessary. My opinion is that the property was purchased without condition, the developers have shared their vision, and the building plan approval process is well underway. The developers are unlikely to walk away if a TIF is denied. An incentive is not warranted. Apartments like these are a subscription model for financing, meaning that rents will be adjusted to keep occupancy rates at a level so the return on investment is positive for the current owners and any future owners when the current ones sell. Key points. Taxes from a project and a TIF agreement do not disappear. They're added to the tax burden of other property owners. There is a significant probability that there will be school-age population in these apartments. To deflect taxes away from the rental base onto other homeowners will burden them with additional school costs, and this is a double impact to other homeowners. When purchased, the property had an approved plan which was the result of many months of effort with multiple benefits to be given to the town. The town does not need this to fund a project for it to be successful. And I urge you to deny the TIF funding for this project. Thank you. I'll give a copy of my notes to Debbie.
Thank you.
Ray Ajemian, Alders Road. I'm coming before you as chair of the tree committee, and I'm dealing with another non-controversial issue today. I'm here simply to invite you, all of you, the council, town manager, town attorney, everybody, to our third annual tree forum, which will take place 2 weeks from tomorrow, October 22nd, at the library downstairs. This one's going to be a little different. We've had two before. We've had experts talk about trees, about the importance of trees, the caring for trees, how to plant trees. This time we're going to talk about the trees of Bridgewater themselves, the trees in the past, the present, the problems, the importance of them, and we're also going to do it by simply the committee itself. In other words, the committee is going to, we're not bringing in experts this time, we're going to do it. And if you come, you'll be able to meet the new tree warden, who is very good, and he's added a lot already to our work. So I encourage you to think about coming 2 weeks from tomorrow, 6:30 at the library. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come up and speak?
Yeah, I'd like to. My name is James Stanley.
Please come to the podium.
Okay.
And name and address for the record, please.
At the Journey House. I've been being bullied the whole time I've been there. I went to the police about it. Now it's turning into a court situation where someone wanted to hurt me. I have to go back on the 14th and discuss it some more. It continues on today. People complain about me making a breakfast for somebody. The manager has never physically talked to me about anything. He always wants to write me up. He told me I smelled. I went down to the health center. The lady gave me a message saying that I don't smell. I brought it back to him. and he wants me to sign a paper saying that I take a shower and all that stuff. The washing machine broke just the other day. I think you should close that place down. I've been there since 2022, and I was never an alcoholic to start with. I volunteered to be that way when I was in Attleboro Hospital looking for housing. This is all I could afford for my rent. I don't want to give them my rent check tomorrow when it comes in the mail from Chelsea, Mass. I wanted to go homeless. I put my stuff down there in the vacant car garage, and the cops came in and told me I had to move it all out of there. I was gonna leave tonight. I see that all you people are here today, so I thought I'd come in and try and get some help to help me decide if I should go out homeless today or wait until the 14th or whatever. But I think you need to close that place down. When I first went there, the toilet always had to be plunged. They put a new one in on a rotted floor. It tipped over on somebody. They put another one in. They put a shower in upstairs. When they took the bathtub out, and it leaks to the bottom one, there's all kinds of mildew in the place. I got sick last January and spent a long time in the hospital, and I still have the problem breathing in that house. I go out every day at 3 a.m. in the morning with my electric bike, and I go home there, and it's just always a problem. The house manager does not talk to me at all since I've been there.
Sir, we're coming up to time here. What's the name of the place again?
The fire alarm was on for 45 minutes. I called the fire department. They came and saw him trying to blow the things off. Now, I don't want to be bullied from that person anymore.
Can you just give me the name of the place again? And we're coming up on time, but we'd love to get that information.
The house man is David Clarity.
What's the name of the facility?
Journey House.
Journey House?
Yeah.
All right.
What's the address?
57 Spring Hill Ave. Ken Yale owns it. He owns the one down there across from the bank too.
All right, thank you. We're going to do everything that we can, okay?
Yeah, I'll come back later on or tomorrow or something.
All right, thank you.
Maybe even next week. Thank you for listening.
What was your name again, sir?
I'm James Stanley, Stanley, not the tool.
Thank you, James. All right, make sure I get all that down. Would anyone else like to come up and speak? Okay. Oh.
Can't get away that easy, Mr. President. First and foremost, can everybody hear me? Yes. Excellent, and I can hear you too. Mr. President, members of the council, residents in attendance, good evening. MJ Spagone, 5 Lakeshore Center, Unit 1128. I am going to speak to you this evening on a couple of items. First and foremost, I'm going to speak to you on the item that you have on here for the Finance Committee appointments. I am chairwoman of the Finance Committee. This is my first time seeing the names of the folks. I am aware that they were going to be candidates to be brought to the committee. However, our committee was never informed of who those candidates were and if they wanted to even get in contact with anybody on the committee to get a better understanding of what we do, when we meet, what our work requirements are, what our time constraints are. I find it a little concerning, Mr. President, that the Finance Committee has been left out of something once more. I am of the understanding that also the Finance Committee has been left out of other types of processes that constitutionally we, as a financial arm of the town, should be a part of and participating in. It gravely concerns me that the openness and transparency of Bridgewater Town government is called into question once more with the lack of transparency of who our new candidates were going to be and when they were going to be appointed. I'm certain that they probably are hopefully in this room this evening. If they aren't, let me at least say to them right now, public on record, I'm welcome to talk with you and meet with you before our next meeting so you have an idea of what we're going to do and what our committee entails. I would have liked to have done that beforehand, especially when I had a chance to look at their resumes. They are both very impressive candidates, and frankly, I would endorse having both of them on the committee, and I will support them. My other item is going to wait until the public hearing because it's going to be more of a general comment. But again, it might be an issue of transparency and openness to government. So with that, Mr. President, I will yield back my time, and I will sit back down until the open of the hearing starts again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Would anyone else like to come up and speak? Okay. What's that? Oh. Thank you. So with that, we are going to move on to appointments. First up is for the Town Council Finance Committee. Dana Sullivan, do I have a motion for approval and second for discussion? So a motion and a second. Any discussion on this appointment? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up, also for the Finance Committee, we have Christopher Raymond. Do I have a motion for approval and second for discussion? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I'll just add, based on the information we were given by the chair of the committee, I think that we could improve that practice, and I would like to see that improved. So the chairs of the committees at least know who is going to be coming on board.
Noted.
Just to respond to that, Councilor Kennedy, I'll be happy to work with you on an ordinance that outlines this process better, because it feels like every meeting we go through this, with the resume, with the process, and so happy to work with you to get something on paper about that. Hopefully we can put that issue well.
Absolutely. To be the third sponsor.
I think we all like to see that. We obviously know that the Citizens Advisory Committee does a great job of vetting these candidates, but there should be involvement with the chairs. I think that would be something that everybody would appreciate. So I look forward to seeing what you guys come up with. With all that being said, all those in favor of this appointment? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next up, for the Open Space Committee, we have John Fitzgerald. Do I have a motion for approval and second for discussion? Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just a comment, they are still going to be looking for members after this. The chair of the committee asked me to just let people know that they're happy to get a new member, but they're still going to be looking for more.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next, we do not have any licensed transactions. We will move on to presentations. I'll ask our town manager to take over from here for the municipal energy aggregation update.
Mr. President, hopefully everyone can hear me well here. In the agenda that we have to, excuse me? Yeah, it's on. Yep, okay, it's on. In the packet, there is a presentation that was provided that provides some information, as well as sort of a bulletin. I'm not going to go through in interest of time and making sure we get to the hearing. I'm not going to go through all of that, but I'll just give some bullet points about the municipal aggregation program that the town is launching. At our last council meeting, I gave an update that we were looking to execute a municipal aggregation agreement. We found the conditions to be suitable for us to enter into an agreement, so the town entered a 35-month fixed rate agreement with Dynegy Energy. So I want to just quickly highlight what a municipal aggregation program is for the benefit of the residents as well as the council. Municipal aggregation essentially allows the town to use its collective purchasing power to secure competitively price fixed electricity supply. The key element to this municipal aggregation, it's pooling the resources that we have to purchase energy on your behalf in the supply. It's all about stability, it's about choice and options, and it ensures that residents and businesses have another product available to them. It encourages competition in the market. If you'll see on here, there's 3 offerings that the town is providing. It's a standard default rate, which essentially meets the National Grid basic service rate. And I'll outline the differences between the rates in a moment. We also offering an optional green, an enhanced green content, which utilizes 100% renewable, but 37% of it's from national wind RECs. And then we're offering an optional green 10, which includes mass class RECs, and we'll identify what that means with our Colonial Power Group and their consultants here. So the benefit of this program is going to be launching in December 2025. It's for 35 months. The program rate is going to be 14,123, and you'll see that here on that slide. You don't see the cursor. Give me a second. There we go. So you should see that here. This is the basic default rate for our town's program, and the 15,484 is the national grid rate that's current until January 31st, 2026. So the benefit of this program is initially, residents through this program will realize savings. Now, we can't guarantee that savings through the length of the program because those fixed rates from National Grid change on a 6-month basis, but it allows you to have the option to have potentially a reduced rate or a rate that may be higher depending on the optional green RECs that you select. But the key thing is this is an opt-out program. There are no fees associated with opting out. If ever that national grid rate is below the rate that's offered in the town program, you can opt out and you can opt back in. It gives you options, it gives you choice. So we're really, really proud of that we are at least initially offering a rate that is lower than the national grid rate. And with that, I'm going to invite our energy consultants, Mark Capodanno and Denise Allard, just to quickly introduce themselves. They're not going to run through the presentation, but they're going to be here to answer any further questions. I particularly want them to talk about the community outreach process that we're going to do. We're going to be holding several different events throughout the community to talk about our program, answer questions directly from residents and the council further. But I wanted them to introduce themselves to you and talk about this program a little further. Thank you.
Good evening, Mark Capodanno, Colonial Power.
Hi, Denise Allard from Colonial Power.
The one thing we want to get across here today is this program is about choice and choices that weren't in the marketplace. You've all been through this a few winters back when prices spiked to 33 cents. There was no program. So think of it this way. The town has set a hedge. No one in town needs to pay more than the 14.1 that the manager has shown here. Make no mistake, this program is about choice. The way the program works, if you're on basic service, you're automatically opted into the program. It's an opt-out program, meaning if you do nothing, you'll be enrolled. No one in town is trying to hold anyone in this program. This program is about a choice that did not exist prior, and the town is trying to protect you on the upside. If the price of energy goes to 6 cents, everyone's going to opt out of this program. No problem. There's no financial harm to the town. If the price starts to spike, we continue to have wars and so forth. We go back to 33 cents. Everyone's going to find shelter here in this program. This was not part of the town plan 3 years ago, 4 years ago when prices spiked. Now, you don't have anything to worry about. All your choices still exist. Third-party supply, basic service. Again, municipal aggregation is opt-out. You're going to receive a mailing. In that mailing, it's going to tell you exactly what's going to happen. If you do nothing, you will be enrolled. Also, if you're on third-party supply, you're going to get a postcard. That postcard will let you know. You should talk to your third-party supplier. That might have a fee or penalty to leave your program. You need to make that phone call. It's right on your National Grid bill. I just want you to know, if you're on basic service, you can opt out of the program before it ever starts, so nothing changes. But without these programs, there's no way to stop something from the upside, meaning after the market runs, if the program's not in place, you're in trouble. So the other thing we wanted to make sure that everyone understands, there's going to be a couple of different, I think you were talking about 2 different, we just haven't set them yet, information sessions. We're going to show up, Denise and Mark will be there. We're going to answer all your energy questions about the program, and you will have had that mailing, Denise.
Yeah, the mailing's going to go out on October 15th.
October 15th.
So it might take a few days to hit, but it'll go out on October. So we'll look to schedule something towards the end of October in the next 2 or 3 weeks. There's a 30-day initial opt-out period, so that goes to November 18th. So if you don't opt out, and you can opt out by There's a reply card right in the mailing that you can sign and send back in the postage paid envelope. There's information on there. You can call us up and opt out, or you can go online. There's a link to our website and you can opt out. So 3 methods. And if you don't opt out in that initial 30 days, you will be automatically enrolled for December 2025, like the town manager said. But after that, you can opt out or opt in at any time, but you will be notified, and we'll look to schedule sessions after mailings are in hand, and folks can come with the mailer or with their National Grid bill, and we can walk everyone through it and answer any questions specifically or in general.
And just to add to that, specifically in regards to community outreach, we were initially thinking at two meetings. We'll go to the senior center and somewhere else within the community. But that's not, we want to hear from the community. If there's other questions, there's a need or demand for another meeting, we'll do another meeting. On our page within the next several days, we'll have a dedicated page on the town website, specifically for municipal aggregation. We'll have FAQs and different things on our front page so people can get some further information as well. So really committed to getting more information
We'll
out.
also get an electronic copy of both mailings up
Correct.
there so folks know what they're going to get, so it's legitimate, so when you get it in the mail, you know it's legitimate mailing that the town is aware of.
Yep.
Also, in addition to that, I think we should consider when those forums happen, cable recording it, putting it out on social media, because when people get that mailing, I'm afraid people are going to think it's a piece of junk mail and they're going to toss it. So the more information, we got the town Facebook page, the town website, we have a counselor that does a podcast. There's lots of good ways to get the information out, multiple ways, and because we don't have a newspaper in this town, so we need all of those ways. Thank you.
Councilor Larry, in regards to that, so this process started obviously before I became town manager, but I have had the experience of working with Denise and Mark, and that is something that we've done before, so that's something we will do as well. Yep.
Any other questions? Sean?
Yeah, so I like the majority of this. My one question does come down to the notification process and the fee process. So because it's an opt-in, are we potentially putting residents in a situation where if they don't catch their mailer, that they may be switched over and then hit with a fee from their current supplier?
Okay, so it's excellent question. It's an opt-out, and no one's going, only people on basic service receive the opt-out notice.
Okay.
Everyone else will get a postcard, and they're going to have to make a choice. They can opt in, or they can stay with their current supplier. The good news is they're going to know what the town's rate is, and they can go to their bill and match that up and say, hey, if I'm over the 14.1, have the conversation with your current supplier. But no one will be switched on third-party supply because we'd be slamming someone.
Okay.
That will not happen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you have something, Mary?
You can let Paul go first. Just a follow-up question on the rates piece. I think it's great that folks are going to be notified initially of what the rates are going to be and be able to compare that to their bill. What happens 6 months from now when that rate changes? Do folks get notified of that change in 6 months and then have another opportunity to reassess?
So our rate will not change 35 months. It'll be at that 14.1. The basic service rate will change. What will happen, we're unsure. The good news about the program is we always have a link on our page directly to so that if you go to the page, you can go on basic service rates, and then you can see what the current basic service rate is, always on colonialpowergroup.com. It's always updated.
Yeah, the other great thing is there's a calculator out there too, so you can, if you're, National Grid rate, town's rate, third-party supply rate, you can just plug it in with your usage and you can calc what the difference is. So that's all, you don't have to do any math. So that's
I guess,
out there as well.
Sorry.
No.
Just a follow-up to that. How often does the town rate end up above the National Grid rate?
There's no way for us to know that. National Grid hasn't gone back out to bid yet. They won't go back out to bid until December of 2025, and they'll buy another half of their power. For the most part, these programs have delivered somewhere between 8 and 10% savings over the life of the contract. That's past performance. I just want you to know that. I can't tell you that it's always going to be under, but for the preponderance of the time, the rates have been more advantageous than basic service.
Councilor Murphy, to address your question, in my experience in being in communities that have had municipal aggregation, particularly in my previous community, their rate never, from the basic service rate, was never lower than the town offered rate. A piece of this is depending when you go to the market. So part of this is we set a benchmark of what we would like to see. You know, obviously we can't predict what the market is in the future as it fluctuates, but there is a commitment on our end. We're interested in doing this program to help our residents and our businesses. So if there ever is a time that the rate is lower on the basic service rate, there's a commitment on our end as staff to notify residents to do that. That way they're aware of that, they can opt out, there's no fee or penalty, and then when that rate is ever higher or lower there, take advantage of that. It's to utilize savings for our community. That's what we're committed to.
Councilor, the one thing I wanted to add to that is, at the end of this contract, there will be a postcard that goes out to everyone in the program notifying that the rate is going to be X. Whether it's down or up, I have no idea where the market will be in 35 months. But before that change happens, we'll certainly be notifying all the customers by mail.
I also just want to add, very important, right? Any benefits anyone's getting from the utility currently, budget billing, low-income discount, any access to Mass Save, all that good stuff. Net metering credits with the solar panel, that all stays exactly the same. That all comes from the utility side. That your supplier changes, that is not affected. So everyone will retain all those benefits. You're not going to lose any benefit or any net metering credits or anything like that. So.
Great point.
Hey, you have a question?
Yeah, how long has this program been going on?
So it's just going to begin in December. We've been doing these since 2006.
So do you have data, because I know you have a lot of towns listed, do you have the data to see, we could see how often it's lower or how often it's higher since you've been doing it since 2006?
I don't have when it's been above and below individually. I can tell you we've saved over $600 million as far as our communities go. Since 2006, I'm trying to think if I have that data individually. I certainly can get, for individual towns, I could give that to the manager in totality, like this community saved, this community would have lost, but it's in aggregate. And it's not 6 months they were over and then 18 months they were under, so forth and so on. But I do have what the totals are for each one of the communities.
Okay, and the other thing you talked about that Paul asked, that we could opt out.
Yes.
So how long does that, if I call you up and say I want opt out, how long does that take?
That's a great question. No one, the question, just so that everyone can hear this, is how long does it take to opt out of the program? It's a great question. This isn't third-party supply, this is municipal aggregation. We're gonna try to, as long as we get that opt out, within 4 days of your meter read, we can opt you out. The one thing I wanna tell you is, the way energy works, I don't know about you, but I get my bill and holy crap, what do the kids do here? The bill's $200 more than it should have been. So in that scenario, you just got your bill. You call because you're upset, which no problem, we'll get you out of the program. I can't get you out of the program till your next meter read, 20-something days from then. And then you're not gonna see it on your bill because you use electricity, then you get billed for it. You won't see it until 60 days that it's actually changed. You'll see a notation on it. But I just want you to know, if somebody's having a problem getting out of the program, we want you to call Colonial. We're gonna make sure we're here to help you get in and out, exercise your rights. This isn't you call and they can't get you out for 2 or 3 meter reads. That's not what's going to happen in this program.
So there's no penalty?
No.
Back and forth between basic service and this program, there's no fee or penalty. Go back and forth every other month if you'd like.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
One more that I forgot. I just want to thank you folks and our town manager and our energy committee for bringing this forward to us so we can help our citizens in Bridgewater.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're excited to save people money on their energy bill, so thank you very much. Yes. Yes, yes. Everyone, excuse me. We're going to continue on with our next presentation. Excuse me. We're going to continue with our next presentation, and just keep in mind, please silence your phones and please keep chatter to a minimum. We're going to get to the hearing right shortly here. We do have another presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Bob Rulli. I'm the Director of Community and Economic Development. I have with me tonight Jeff Davis from Horsley Witten Group and Sean O'Brien, who is our town planner. We're going to give you an update on the proposed amendments to the MBTA communities legislation. And with that, I will pass it on to Mr. Davis.
Great. Thank you, Bob. My name is Jeff Davis, and I think I have a pretty loud speaking voice. I hope everyone can hear me this evening. Again, I'm with the Horsley Witten Group. We're based out of Sandwich, Massachusetts, although I'm in our Providence, Rhode Island office. And I have served the town at a couple levels. One, we were working with the town through an MBTA Communities grant managed by the Massachusetts Housing Partnership, and then also directly with the town of Bridgewater to help create zoning that would meet the requirements of the state as well as your goals as a community under the MBTA Communities Act. Next slide, great. So just very quickly to summarize the targets that Bridgewater is required to meet under the law, and for those who may not be familiar, they are different for every community. So you have a minimum multifamily housing capacity of 1,401 units, which is 15% of the total housing units in 2020. I will go over in a minute what that means, unit capacity. You have a minimum land area of 50 acres that this zoning district must cover. Gross density of 15 units per acre at least, and 20%, at least 20% of that unit capacity, that minimum unit capacity and the minimum land area has to be within a half mile of the MBTA station here in Bridgewater. Your compliance deadline has passed. However, staff has negotiated an extended deadline of December 31st of this year. So I want to spend just a minute talking about what the law does not mean. One, it does not require that housing be built. Compliance is strictly based on the zoning that you adopt and that zoning meets the state standards. Also does not compel communities to design or pay for new infrastructure to accommodate future multifamily development. So if you do not have the utilities to support development at that level, you can deny an application or require that it is less dense if you do not have the infrastructure to support it. Likewise, it does not supersede state environmental laws, including the Wetlands Protection Act or Title V. So really what you're adopting is a menu and not a specific development project at this point. Did want to spend a little bit of time talking about what we mean about unit capacity, because this is something that can get very confusing. So from the state's perspective, when they're talking 1,401 units, that does not mean that they expect you to allow 1,400 new apartment buildings to be developed here. It means that if you closed your eyes and bulldozed everything within the district and just looked at what your zoning allows, would the zoning allow for that level of development? So that is all that the state is really evaluating. Not what's already there, what could be built there in the future, or what is in the docket to be built. It's really just a theoretical thought exercise on if this were a blank slate, would zoning allow for this level of density? So just a bit of history. Oh, next slide. Bit of history on where we are and the original approach that our team and your town staff took to develop the MBTA Communities District, the initial one that you adopted. Our first hope was that the MBTA platform would be moved closer to downtown and that half-mile radius would cover your central business district. So we helped draft the zoning for the central business district in a way that it would serve as the MBTA Communities District should that platform ever move. But of course, to date, that has not occurred. Next slide, please. So what we are dealing with, and this is really the crux of the situation for Bridgewater, is that you are stuck currently with the half-mile radius around the existing platform. And as I said earlier, at least 20% of the minimum land area and 20% of the unit capacity has to be within that half-mile radius. And when you look at that radius, you see this map here, there is a lot of land that cannot be counted towards an MBTA communities district. So for example, public lands like the university are excluded. So you see a lot of the land within that half-mile radius is university controlled. Also, environmentally constrained land is excluded. And you can see a lot of land within that half-mile radius is excluded. Otherwise, a lot of what remains is already largely built out as smaller lot residential. So you're dealing with a half-mile radius that has a lot of constraints. The state did take that into consideration when they developed the standards for Bridgewater. I worked in Beverly, and Beverly had to have 90% of their unit capacity and land area within that half-mile radius. You're only at 20% because of these constraints. Nevertheless, that half-mile radius is kind of the problem here. Next slide, please. So what does this mean in a practical sense? 20% of the land area, that's 20% of that 50-acre minimum is 10 acres. So that's fine. We more than hit the 10 acres with this land that has been selected within the half-mile radius. The real crux is at least 20% of that minimum unit capacity, that 1,400 units, has to be, again, conceivable within this area, and that's 281 units. And so I know that the town has been interested in exploring ways to reduce the dwelling units per acre in this area to the law's minimum of 15 units per acre. Unfortunately, if you were to cap this area at 15 units per acre, you cannot hit the 281 unit capacity. There's just not enough land area to accommodate it at that density. The other option would be to expand the land area within that half-mile radius, but the big question is where? Where would you be willing to do that? I will say as an aside, when it comes to the other 80% of the land area of the unit capacity, right now that's all taken care of through your central business district. I know the town staff have been exploring, maybe we look at the 40R district at Waterford Village, and you could absolutely do that as well. So just one thing that you should know is that almost whatever you do with the central business district or Waterford Village, that meets the standards. Easily, not a question. The real question is how you comply within that half-mile radius. Next slide, please. So we explored some of the numbers, and it looks like you could theoretically cap the density at 30 units per acre within that little sub-district around Plymouth Street. But we really encourage you not to get hung up on those numbers. The compliance model, again, is really just a tool for the state to figure out if you're complying or not. What really matters is what's in your zoning text and if you're comfortable with what's in your zoning text. And as an example, and this is getting way in the weeds, and I'm so sorry, everyone, because I know this is not why you're here. If you put 30 units per acre into the compliance model, it's going to pop out and say, actually, the average density you're going to get is going to be closer to 18 units per acre once you consider you've got smaller lot sizes, you've got a lot of streets with right-of-ways that are not included in that. So point being, the odds that you could actually get anything built in this area at a density of 30 units per acre is slim to none. It's just not likely to happen, and once you average it all out, it's actually going to be much closer to that minimum of 15 units per acre. Next slide, please. So, as I see it, and we've looked at this from several different angles, you really have three options that I can tell. One would be to keep the MBTA zoning as is, but make the adjustments that were requested by the state, and the density is naturally going to be capped by the dimensional requirements, by the lot sizes, by the parking standards, and also by access to utilities. You can use all those things to put a cap on the development that you approved there. Second option would be to go ahead and cap the density in the residential D sub-district, that area around Plymouth Avenue, to 30 acres, 30 units per acre. And again, whether you have the rest of the district in the central business district or Waterford Village, doesn't matter. You can do either way and meet your standards. Third choice, if you chose to try to find more land within that half-mile radius to apply the MBTA Communities District, the more land you have, the lower the density could be and the closer you could get to that 15 units per acre. So it really is just a matter of, is there more land within that half-mile radius that you are comfortable expanding the district? So I'm really just here tonight to lay out those options for you, try to explain how we see the situation and your requirements under the law. Based on your direction, town staff is prepared to make adjustments at your request. I did want to turn it back over to Bob for a minute to talk about what the implications are for state grants.
Right, so being in compliance with the MBTA's communities legislation makes a community eligible for a number of different funding sources. The most significant is the Catalyst Fund. We are not eligible for that at the present time because we have conditional compliance, which is unfortunate because the majority of those funds are geared towards infrastructure, water, and sewer. Community planning grants, housing choice community grants, we've gotten funding through this program before. We just had a 5-year designation for housing choice, which extends it from out to 2030. MassWorks and infrastructure grants, we currently have a grant request before them to pay for the difference in the loan amount and the actual construction engineering to bring piping over from Plymouth Street to the treatment plant to treat brown water. There are local capital project funds. The One Stop for Growth is the all-encompassing grant portal for the state. We, in the past, received $164,000 for the Vision to Reality initiative. The Mass Housing Partnership, that paid for Horsley Witten to work with the town to establish the original compliance model. And then these are all the other grants that are tied to MBTA compliance, some of which we have taken advantage of in the past. Most recently, the Hanson Farm acquisition of the development rights. We got funding for the Hills High Street Dam removal through that program. We have a grant pending through the Mass Downtown Initiative for technical assistance downtown. I'm not going to read all of these. The property owners at 6082 Broad Street have a grant application in through the underutilized program of mass development. Then we have land use grants, where in the past we've just gotten $40,000 for an open space plan. We wouldn't receive any of this funding, or developers or property owners would receive none of this funding if we are not in compliance with the MBTA communities legislation. So with that, if you have questions or discussions, staff is here and Jeff is here.
Questions? Mark?
Thank you for the information. I appreciate it. I guess I'll talk up. This is only for cable. At some point in time, can we have some numbers that are attached to those grants? I had spoken to the town manager about it, and I'd like to know. It's great that we're eligible for grants. The top one, you listed the total funding available that we're not eligible for, but I'd like to know what we could receive going forward in the future. I've asked that question a couple of times. And we just got this information tonight, about an hour before the council meeting, and I have to think about the questions because it literally just came to me.
Did you have a question, Mary?
Yeah, I have a question. If we're not compelled to pay for new infrastructure because we don't have the water, aren't we in compliance?
Yes, so as long as you have the zoning in place, if you do not have the infrastructure to support, what I would say a proposal comes in under this zoning that you've passed, and you say, wow, we do not have the water capacity to approve this, but we'll approve here because the water district says, we can give you this much, that's fine. So you do not have to approve what you do not have the utility capacity to support.
The other question, the Waterford Apartments has all that pre-approved land for 40B. Why isn't that included?
It is, that's the 40R, that's what we were just talking about.
So that's all included, and we don't have 1,400 units in there?
So here's the issue. The issue is that a certain portion, that 20%, has to be within the half-mile radius.
Right.
The other 80%, you could put it all at Waterford Village, you could put it all in the Central Business District, fine. So like, there's no problem there. You can do whatever you want with that, and you have complete flexibility. The real issue before you is how you address the 20%.
Oh, so if we use the Waterford, we'd only need 20% instead of 80?
No, so 20% has to occur within that half-mile radius.
Right.
Of course, Waterford is completely outside that radius, and your Central Business District is entirely outside that radius. So
Okay.
80% can happen outside that radius, and whether you choose for that to be at Waterford or whether you choose for it to be in the Central Business District, no difference.
The other thing the MBA was talking about, if you don't have enough land for the radius around your MBTA station, you can put those other housings outside of it. Isn't that true?
For you, so it's a different number for every community, and for Bridgewater, 80% can go outside of the radius, but 20% has to be inside the radius.
Okay, and one more thing. I was just wondering if Shane can answer. Didn't the planning board not wanted to cap this? That was their thought on this?
Yeah, the planning board provided a motion to not recommend at their last meeting, but this was actually prior to this information being provided to them. From my understanding is that the planning board wanted to act within their 65 days to provide a recommendation to town council. So they weren't necessarily willing to wait for the workshop. They just wanted to partake into what was currently before them. But, you know, with this new information, I think it's very beneficial for the town to kind of understand kind of what we're proposing and how it can be beneficial after we kind of adjusted some numbers.
So we should refer this to planning and wait for them to say before we make our opinion, because, I mean, you guys actually know more about this than we do.
It's currently still an open public hearing. I know the CD committee would still have to have their hearing as well, too, as well as that item would be referred back to town council for discussion.
All right, thanks, Shane.
Sean?
Just a couple questions. Some of this has come up in conversations, and what current caps do we have in town on building? Do we have any current caps? There's no.
I mean, other than what zoning allows or doesn't allow. So within our zoning ordinance, we have a dimensional table. You have to meet certain requirements. That is the controlling cap that
So
we
there's
have.
no hard cap. It's based
there's
on
no hard
metrics.
cap.
Okay. Another was it is actually possible to cap this because there was some conflicting information on that. So we can place a cap on the MBTA district itself.
Yes, you can place a cap so long as you meet your targets under the law.
Okay. Because currently, I think a lot of the conversation was around having only a minimum with no cap. Our current water scenario, obviously this was brought up earlier by some residents. With the restrictions that we're kind of running up against, will that play a role in some, you can't predict the future, but does that have the potential to play a role in some developments that would be sent to the town that we may not be able to?
I think it's unavoidable, and I think, you know, as Jeff pointed out, the act can't force us to put money into infrastructure, money that we don't have, or infrastructure just to help a specific project. So I think that is going to most likely be a conversation that we'll have to have moving down the road.
Is there an avenue with the state to try to negotiate additional funding outside of those grants to help with our water and sewer?
We're hoping.
Okay. And then my last question, the platform move has been something that's come up. Who would actually fund a platform move?
Right, so initially, the MBTA didn't have any objections to moving the platform. Bridgewater State didn't have any problem flipping the parking lots. There's a lease. We initially had a commitment from Congressman Keating for $2 million to look at engineering and preliminary move cost. That $2 million has been held up for 2 years by Congress. It's been reduced, and now it's been just put on hold. The idea was that by upzoning Campus Plaza and creating more density, that created more value for the property owner, that if we were in a position to move the platform, we would be looking for developers to make that contribution to pay for moving the platform. So it wouldn't be an obligation of the town. We would get the development community to pay for it based on the increased value that they realize simply by us increasing the zoning density.
All right, thank you for clarifying that.
Questions from councilors?
I just have a clarifying question to start with. Councilor McGrath asked, are we in compliance because we don't have the capacity? And you responded yes, but the actual answer is no, we're not in compliance because we need to approve the zoning, and then the town can decide on the projects going forward once the zoning's been established.
Yes, so the answer to the question was yes. Once you have the zoning in place, that is all the state is looking for. So once that zoning is in place, you are in compliance. And if you do not have the utility capacity to support a proposed development under your newly adopted zoning, you are still in compliance.
But you are saying the capacity has nothing to do with the zoning. That needs to be approved.
The zoning still needs to be approved, yes, for you to be in compliance.
I have a follow-up to that.
Yeah, I have just.
What's that?
I have a few more, but you can go ahead.
Well, it goes off of yours. So, Mr. Rulli, who has the ultimate jurisdiction over if a project is going to be approved to be connected to our utilities?
I think that, I mean, the DPW has a water impact analysis or study that they require. At the end of the day, they are the arbitrators as to whether we have the capacity or not.
So
I would actually say the town manager.
So it seems like we have to designate, the math is around 1,100 units outside of the zone, so that's that 80%. Let's say we designate it over at Waterford, and a project comes forward, and DPW town manager denies the project to be built because we don't have the infrastructure. How many times or how long can that occur until somebody looks at us and say, you have to approve a project?
Per the law, indefinitely. Like, the law very clearly states you do not have to build new infrastructure to support development under the zoning.
Okay.
Unless the law were to change, you could continue denying that indefinitely until the unit capacity, or until the utility capacity was there.
Okay. Sorry.
My next question is does the town of Bridgewater pay Horsley Witten Group? Have we paid any money to the group?
They were paid through the Mass Housing Partnership.
But the town itself hasn't paid anything.
We did have them assist us on writing the zoning amendment.
How much did the town pay for that? Do we know?
We'd have to get back to you with that, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. I'll follow up to make sure we get it back. My next question is the number 8 on the current grants, because we're going to hear from the Broad Street TIF. You highlighted underutilized property program mass development, pending application for 60 to 82 Broad Street. Can you get more information on what that is and how much money? Is that something the town has submitted?
No, I mean, they're eligible to apply for that through the One Stop because the town is in conditional compliance. That's their application. We issued a letter of support. I don't know what they asked for. That has nothing to do with us. The only thing that we were able to provide them was the ability to apply for it, given our conditional compliance.
We issued a letter of support, but we don't know what they're asking for?
We issued a letter of support to suggest that redevelopment of that site as an underutilized property was important to the town.
I guess my last comment would be that, I was a huge proponent of this 2.5 years ago to get in zoning compliance because of the promises that were kept. But looking at this sheet, sorry, Ms. Hanson, I know you're in the audience, but $3 million to purchase a farm hasn't solved our issues with schools or roads or infrastructure. And so for me at this point, I'm looking at this saying, what have we gotten from this in the past 2.5 years? We have a ton of pending applications, but really the state hasn't shown anything for this. So I just think that's something to consider at this point, but I think that's a pretty good question, hopefully for later in December.
Thank you. Any further questions?
One more. I believe this has been litigated already by multiple towns that tried to remove the zoning requirements. Can you just speak to either that? I don't expect you to act as a lawyer, but other towns, from my understanding, have taken the state to court over this and lost that battle. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, I think that the first municipality that was impacted was the town of Milton, where the state pulled back money that had been appropriated for a seawall. Most recently, in September, $1.8 million was pulled back from the town of Winthrop for climate change preparedness. So there are a number of communities that are challenging the legislation. Some are communities that don't need to be in compliance until next year because they don't have an MBTA asset in their community they adjoin. Most of that litigation has not gone favorably for the communities, but there still are those communities that are challenging it. To Mr. Murphy's point, I mean, we're not taking a position as to whether the program is successful or not. I mean, I think, again, we got over $1 million for the High Street dam removal through these programs. We have gotten money from the state for this. Do we want to continue to negotiate with the state? Absolutely.
So if we are in compliance with this based on the metrics, we're eligible for the grants whether or not we are building anything, because we also have our own issues like water and sewer.
We still have to put in a grant application. We still
Sure.
have to make the case that, you know, what we're asking for is legitimate. But most of what we're looking for is infrastructure, whether that be water, sewer, roads.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further? Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So now, folks, we're going to move on to town manager's report. Justin, do you have anything tonight?
Yeah, real briefly, so we can get into, just real briefly, so we can get to our next agenda item. I believe a quick update on a water presentation. At our next council meeting, I, along with our DPW department, will have a presentation regarding our water capacity issues, what we're doing in terms of our capital improvement program, and different strategies that we are looking at addressing that issue. So our next council meeting, for those who have mentioned water capacity and different things like that, we're well aware of those issues, and we're going to be presenting information regarding that next meeting.
Thank you. Okay, we do, oh, yes.
Not to do it now, because we want to have the public hearing, but will we have an opportunity before the end of this meeting to bring up any items to the town manager, or should we do that outside of the meeting?
Yeah, we could do that right now. So if you
I'm
have
not ready right now. I want to do the public hearing part.
Yeah,
I'm
so
just
why
saying-
don't, during councilor comments, we can make some requests then.
Okay,
Kind of do
thank
that
you.
informally at that time.
Yep.
We do not have any discussion items. Do I have any committee reports from our chairs? Nope. Okay. So folks, we're going to move on to legislation for action. We have a few quick items here, and then we're going to open up our hearing. I know that a lot of you are here for that, so I appreciate your patience. I'm glad we were able to get those presentations done, and thank you all for waiting. So quickly, we are now going to go into legislation for action. I have order FY 26-021 to request the legislature to allow an additional all alcohol beverages package store license for 233 Broad Street. This measure was not referred to committee, and we will be voting on that this evening. This was introduced by Councilor Murphy, McGrath, and Striggles. Do either of you have anything to add to this?
Nothing to add. I know that last time we spoke, the petitioner, there was a petition going around that I think required, it was 400, 600?
Over 600 signatures.
Over 600 signatures in support of this, so I just wanted to reemphasize that to the bigger audience.
Great.
I appreciate that we have a letter from Roach Brothers supporting this, so I think with the Roach Brothers and the citizens supporting it, I think it's a good idea to go forward.
Great. Anything? Okay. Do I have a motion for approval and a second for discussion?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next, we have order FY 26-022, Bridgewater DPW Union, AFSCME Local 1700 Collective Bargaining Contract Ratification. This was referred to the Finance Committee. They voted 5-0 to recommend, and we had our Budget and Finance meeting earlier this evening. I'll ask Councilor Murphy to give an update.
Budget, are you going to give a general update on this overall?
Yeah, you did a general on both of these.
Okay.
Yeah.
Budget and Finance Committee voted 3-0 to recommend.
Mike.
Budget and Finance Committee voted 3-0 to recommend.
Great, thank you. Do I have a motion for approval and a second for discussion? So moved. Motion and a second. Anything further from councilors? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up, Order FY 26-023. This is the Bridgewater DPW Union, again, the AFSCME group. This is the appropriation transfer for the previous contract that we just approved. The Finance Committee voted 5-0 to recommend, and then Budget and Finance also voted 3-0 to recommend. So do I have a motion for approval and a second for discussion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Next, Order FY 26-024. This is for the Bridgewater Public Library Staff Association Collective Bargaining Contract Ratification. This was, again, referred to the Finance Committee. They voted 5-0 to recommend, and this was also referred over to Budget and Finance. Councilor Murphy, anything on this one?
Budget and Finance voted 3-0 to recommend.
All right, thank you. Do you have a motion for approval and second for discussion? Motion?
Second.
And a second, thank you. Any discussion on this one, councilors? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Next up, we have Order FY 26-025. This is the contract appropriation transfer for the previous one. Again, this was referred to the Finance Committee. This was voted 5-0 to recommend. And then in Budget and Finances, Councilor Murphy just said, it was 3-0 to recommend. So do I have a motion for approval and second for discussion?
Second.
Thank you. A motion and second. Any discussion on this one?
Just a quick comment.
Yeah.
If I could take the opportunity to thank our town manager and our town staff for negotiating these contracts. There's significant savings in these contracts with 1% COLA increases, and then for the library specifically adjusting the health insurance contribution. So significant savings for the town overall. So just a thank you to our town staff for being able to negotiate that, and thank you to the staff on the other end who work tirelessly to keep these things going in our town. So.
Yeah, thank you. I'll second that. We are going through this quickly because we want to get on with our hearing, but we did have a significant savings, tens of thousands of dollars per year with these contract negotiations, so we're really excited about that, and we don't want to gloss over it. So thank you, Councilor Murphy. Sean, did you have anything?
I just want to echo Councilor Murphy's thoughts. Thank you for bringing that. And I also want to thank the unions. Having been a union member, I'm sure these were difficult decisions for the unions to make, and I appreciate them coming back to the table and having these discussions, especially with our current revenue issues in town and issues we're facing. So thank you to the unions for doing that as well.
Yeah, it's a great collaborative effort. Anything further from councilors? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. That is up for, that is all for legislation for action. So we are going to go back to our hearing. We have Order FY 25-071, an order establishing a TIF district for 60 to 86 Broad Street. This is a public hearing as advertised in the 923 Enterprise and on the town website. The time now is 8:16. And I will ask the town manager, Mr. Casanova Davis, to provide a little introduction for us as we kind of get into this.
Thank you, Council President. There we go. I think it's important sort of set the framework for this discussion. Obviously, I'm going to try to go through as quickly as possible. In terms of discussing a TIF, understanding what a TIF is, I don't think we've had that presentation. So I thought it was prudent before we have these discussions, a hearing for the council, that we talk a little bit about a TIF, what that means, what we're specifically looking at. Before I get into it any further, too, though, I do want to thank our town staff, particularly Shelley and Bob, for helping putting this presentation together. And like I said, I'm going to try to be quick so you guys can get into your discussion. So clear, what's a TIF and what's a TIF's role? So a TIF is a tax increment financing. It's a tool used to incentivize economic development in specific areas, allowing municipalities to offer tax exemptions to developers in exchange for investments that will bring economic benefits to the community. Based on changes at the state level through the Mass Lease Act, TIFs are approved at the local level now. And so cities and towns now negotiate these tax incentives directly with the developer. Under a TIF program, there's 5 different property tax exemptions that we can consider. It's the ones through the Economic Development Incentive Program. That's the one that specifically that we're discussing at this moment. Urban Center, Manufacturing, and Workforce Housing TIF. I won't go into them. But specifically the EDIP TIF exemption, which is what we are looking at. This specific exemption we are considering is as part of the TIF process is authorized under Mass General Law, and this exemption covers a percentage of the increase in a parcel's fair cash value. It's based on the investment that occurs there over its base value over the duration of a proposed TIF agreement. That TIF agreement could be, depending on a variety of years, it can be up to 20 years, can't go over 20 years. And so I think this slide actually best represents how a TIF works. If you look here, let me add this cursor here. One, give me a second. One is the property taxes before investment. And so this is the baseline tax that's being paid on the property as it is. 2 is the expected growth in tax with no investment. So generally fluctuates on assessed value, and assuming that there is no development there, you'll have small incremental growth, but nothing substantial if there's no investment. Number 3 is the amount investment raises the property value, proposed property value, if there is investment there. So obviously, if investment on a property occurs, the assessed value naturally increases. 4, added value subject to a TIF agreement exemption. So 4, in that in sort of the parameters of this, based on a potential TIF agreement, depending on the amount of years, depending on the assessed value, this is the exempted amount of revenue that is not included in the property tax. So I want to be clear about this because I know there has been some confusion about this. A TIF does not negate the property taxes that already were on that property. That will continue to grow on baseline growth, depending on what's incorporated to a TIF agreement. It's solely on the assessed value of the investment. And then number 5 is the post-TIF taxes. Depending on when this TIF agreement potentially is ended, you do encapsulate the full assessed value of the property upon that TIF expiration. So specifically for the EDIP program, there's 2 types of property tax exemptions. I'm not going to go into them. It's not necessary for this evening, but TIF exemption and tax stabilization agreement. But a municipality can grant either of those to businesses with real estate projects that meet certain conditions. And essentially, the three conditions that you consider are a significant influx or growth in business activity, the creation of a significant number of new jobs, and it's important not just a merely replacement or shift of jobs, but hopefully new jobs. And then a private project or investment that will contribute significantly to the local economy. And so I highlight these. They're question marks. What business activity? What kind of jobs? How do you measure the impact on the community? What is considered significant on all those things? This is a subjective thing, and this is why it's a local decision. It's depending on the needs and the desires of the local municipality. There is no right or wrong answer. And I think with some of the projects later in the presentation, you'll see that TIFs have been granted for a wide range of projects. It's really dependent on the local desires. So quickly discussing benefits of tax increment financing. In theory, if it works, it encourages economic development. TIFs use future tax revenues to fund projects in areas that need to be revitalized or have been underutilized or blighted or historic areas. Hopefully it spurs job creation, so it's a commitment, hopefully a commitment from a business to create new jobs, and then expands the local tax base long term. So while it initially, depending on the years that a TIF agreement may be, it will temporarily exempt a portion of tax revenue, it helps grow the tax base overall once a TIF agreement expires. Obviously, you have to highlight potential drawbacks to a TIF. So there's complexity and administrative costs. Obviously, naturally, negotiating and managing a TIF agreement requires significant legal and admin work on staff. There's a risk of subsidizing unneeded development, and the large question is, will a project have occurred without a TIF agreement? There's a potential for intercity competition, and particularly, is it displacing jobs for another community and not naturally creating new jobs overall in the Commonwealth? And then the uncertainty of outcomes. There's no guarantee that TIF will generate the projected economic growth or in tax revenue. So it's dependent on numerous factors, there are market conditions, et cetera. Quickly, in a tax increment financing agreement, I'm not going to go through all these, but the key components of a tax increment financing agreement, and these include the descriptions of the parcels, needs a detailed construction that's going on. It needs to authorize a TIF for a specific time period that can't exceed 20 years. And then it specifically has to outline the level of exemption, but it can't exceed 100%. So once again, a TIF could be, it's been discussed, 95%. It could be 5%. It could be a variety of things. But that's what a tax increment finance agreement does. And then quickly, just to outline some of those projects that I did mention, that this is a local decision. You'll see on this chart, there are a variety of TIFs that have been offered. You will see a TIF offer for as low as $141,000 up to $53.5 million. You have TIFs that create only new jobs of 2 to 175, or focus on retaining jobs. So it really, as I said, it's a local decision, and that's what's important here to have this conversation. And I know that it has been talked about that typically, or a TIF can only be offered to new business development. That is not true. A TIF can be offered on mixed-use development. I've specifically outlined the Haverhill project that was recently done. It's a mixed-use development that has residential, but also has some commercial space. And it was a TIF that Haverhill did, a 20-year TIF that exempted $1.6 million of tax revenue. Key things for staff and the public to know in regards to this discussion of a TIF. Attached to this presentation, I gave a guideline of the TIF process as I've seen it. Now, this process started before I came here, but I thought it was important to outline the commitment on my end and our staff after deliberating with them. Transparency and accountability, outlining what our eligibility requirements would be, and potentially looking to establish a TIF agreement that's outlined on the guidelines. Targeted allocation of funds, making sure that we are looking at TIFs that's in congruence with affordable, our housing plans, infrastructure plans, and the development that we want in our community. So the only other thing that I would outline on in terms of on the town staff opinion of this is, this vote tonight is a vote, consideration of establishing a TIF district. I want to be very clear, it's not a vote to approve a TIF agreement. I've publicly said, and I've outlined it in my TIF guidelines, that if there was a creation of a TIF district, it allows our town staff to engage in conversations with the proposed developer. Those conversations have not happened. I've deliberately said we would not have those conversations until the council weighed in. Furthermore, if the TIF district was established, then it is our job to evaluate whether a TIF agreement is something that's suitable to come to the council. If it was determined by town staff that it wasn't suitable, it wouldn't come back to the council with establishing a TIF district. If it was, if we found some version of a TIF district suitable for the council to consider, my commitment on our end was to present it back to the council and let the council decide on a final action there, obviously to be executed, because I think it is an important issue for the community. It's obviously an important issue for the council, and it's in congruence with Mass General Law and our charter. So that's my commitment, and that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we will now move on to the official first part of our hearing. And again, just an overview for everybody here. We're going to ask anybody to come up that has general questions or comments. These are just general questions or comments on the hearing. We then are going to go to if anybody wants to speak in favor. We'll then move into if anyone wants to speak in opposition, and then we're going to deliberate as a council after that. So at this time, if anybody would like to come up and have any general comments or questions at this time, please go ahead and do so. And again, name and address for the record, please.
Carol Nessler, 10 Brownfield Drive. I forgot where I lived. I lived in a community that did put in a TIF district before, so I'm pretty familiar with it. And I'm just curious if there would be a commitment from this board in town to have an independent third party evaluate the fiscal impact to the community of any project that we would be thinking about putting in if we did approve a TIF district. So basically, can we have a third party, an independent third party, there are people out there, if we're going to make a decision to put a project in, that we have an independent third party review all of the financial implications to the community?
I will defer to our town manager if that is an option.
Thank you.
That's a good question. That's an option. I would say typically, I've done a lot of research on TIF agreements. Typically, a TIF agreement is negotiated specifically with town staff and a developer. You know, obviously have a great team here that I feel more than comfortable providing that information. I think outlined in my TIF guidelines, I outlined what we would be looking for, the amount of information that we'd be looking for. There's a commitment to have that publicized in the domain. The council established an ad hoc TIF subcommittee as well. I think in the TIF guidelines that I outlined, as I see it, and obviously if other people feel differently, there's a commitment to present all that information publicly there too, and then to allow that ad hoc TIF subcommittee to advise the town council, and then the town council will then have another public meeting to that. I think a TIF agreement is pretty clear outlined there. It's based on the amount of years that is agreed to. If there is agreement on the amount of years, it will be clear, you know, what the financial impact would be. I don't think it merits having a third party to expend doing that.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come up and speak during the general comment period?
Ray Jemian, just a quick question. If the TIP agreement is agreed by the town, then you negotiate. Is the planning board involved in this, or is it simply the town manager and group negotiating the agreement, or does the planning board have a say in this?
No, the planning board doesn't have a say.
Mark Peterson, Church Street. So if the town manager is not going to do third-party review, can the town council do a third-party review of the agreement before it comes before you? What happened?
They're asking you to speak up.
Oh, okay. Mark Peterson.
That doesn't work.
Please speak loud. Yeah, it's loud. Sorry. Mark Peterson, Church Street. What was said before was that the town staff is not going to employ a third-party review, but can the town council employ a third-party review during the TIF ad hoc committee phase?
I can't speak for everybody here, but the ad hoc committee and the council could deliberate on that possibly. That's something that the council could discuss before approving, again, a theoretical agreement, right? And obviously there's going to be a cost to that, so it's something that we would have to weigh. I can't speak for everybody here, but that could be a thing. Anyone else?
Janet Hanson, Pleasant Street. Couple questions. I know you said when it comes to who's in favor or not in favor, we just don't get up and say no or yes. We can go with why we're saying no or yes, right, at that point?
Sure.
So, okay, that was one question. The other question is, and I had mentioned it in my letter, so for clarification, on number 2 of the order, where it says the proposed development, I question the word proposed, because this is just for the district, so why is that in there on number 2 of the order where it says, this designation authorizes the town to consider a tax increment financing agreement for the proposed development? But I thought we weren't considering a proposed development. This was just for an order. So I question if that word proposed should be scratched out. So I'd like an answer for that. And everybody talks about it creates jobs. But it's not going to, is it going to be just limited to Bridgewater residents who get a job? No, it's going to be anybody who wants a job. So it creates jobs, but it's not necessarily jobs to benefit solely Bridgewater. So I just have those questions, and then I'll just wait to speak the rest at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Higgins, Benanati Farm Road. I just would wonder, it seems like we're out of order here. How can we discuss the impact of this without understanding what the cost is going to be to bring the water and the sewer to this place? So, I mean, you said you're going to give an update next week or the next town council meeting on the cost of water and sewer. Shouldn't we understand that before you can even start to talk about the economic impact of what this is going to be? So, would be my question.
Do you think
Do we have an answer for that right now?
Not about the TIF.
I don't know if that No, I think it's a good question. I'm trying to formulate my response. So I think in terms of the TIF district, once again, the TIF district is not authorizing a TIF agreement. There is no commitment on town staff. I haven't discussed this issue with the developer, hasn't been talked with town staff. I think the decision before the council tonight is whether to create a TIF district to allow those conversations to occur. Now, at the same time, there clearly is water infrastructure challenges. I think we have to obviously understand that these water infrastructure challenges happen over years, right? But we can present that plan. I think we can work in conjunction. I think it's a parallel track. And once again, I have to repeat, there's no decision that has been made on a TIF agreement. There has been no discussion. So we don't know if this is something that is beneficial to the town. That's what's the consideration tonight. If there's a TIF district created tonight, then we can have those discussions. If there isn't, we will not have those discussions. I think that's, from our end, how we're looking at it.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come up during the general comment period?
Charlie Gandari, 493 Summer Street. When you say a TIF district, because I'm getting a little confused here, are we talking just downtown Bridgewater? I mean, what does this district include? What area? And I agree with the last gentleman that came up about a proposed development. If this TIF district is just down here, then what proposed development are we looking at? And why can't that be brought up in this conversation as well?
Well, actually, it is. The district encompasses the proposed project, and by proposed, I mean it's been approved. They haven't moved forward yet, so it's proposed. That is the old Friendly site and the 2 lots adjacent to it, not the bowling alley at this point. So that, by the order, specifically calls out the addresses where the TIF district would be established.
And Mr. Rulli, we could amend this to include other parcels in the future if so was desired by the council, if there is an opportunity to provide economic development.
Correct.
Thank you. And then, yeah, and then to that point, that could also be rescinded if negotiations do fall apart on the town side, and if there's not something that's advantageous to the town, then the council can rescind the order. Is that also correct?
I'll defer to Attorney Rollins.
Yeah.
You could. I think that it's probably important for everyone to understand that the town council doesn't approve developments. Developments go through a different process. Some developments, depending on what they're applying for, need special. Some developments, depending on what people are applying for, need special permits. Some need variances. They all need a permit of some sort. The process by which a development is built really is well beyond the purview of the town council. I'm hearing a lot about infrastructure and what the council is going to do to prevent the development. The council doesn't determine if a development goes forward. They have no purview over that. The council can make determinations on building moratoriums. The council can enact legislation that they see fit to protect certain assets or resources of the town. But I think it is incredibly important to understand in this conversation, number one, this is not approving any TIF agreement. Any vote made here today does not approve a TIF agreement, number one. Number two, as it relates to specific developments, this council does not decide what developments go where in the town. That is not their role. They do not have purview over that but for enacting zoning legislation, which this is not. So I think it's important to understand that just from an educational standpoint, because I think what's getting lost a little bit is that this is about approving a development here. The legislation, as I understand it, that's been contemplated or is being contemplated by the council tonight merely is, do they want to consider a tax increment financing agreement in a particular area of town? That's it. That's the only thing being contemplated and voted on. So I think that's important. Mm-hmm. I think it's an important educational context because then it kind of narrows what it is that's actually in this public hearing.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Anyone else like to come up and speak? Again, we're at general comment period at this time.
Marie Hayes, 50 Bolton Place. I have a question about how this affects the town residents, because if you give a builder a break on taxes, who picks up the leftover, so to speak? Because somewhere, if you put in 77 units in a place in one big area, it's all going to affect the town. We have water problems, we have storage. I know you said it doesn't affect the town council, but it affects us because we're going to have to pick up the slack. So our property taxes go up, our water bills go up. We can't even use the water. We can't drink the water. We're not supposed to use the water. You have a blue, like a thing down at the highway, the water department or the highway department so people can go get water so they can drink it. How is all of this going to, because we're going to have to fix it. We have to fix it. So if you're giving them a break, how does it affect the rest of us? We all live here. That's it.
I don't think anything you said there is anything different than what we've said. You have to evaluate it. You have to evaluate it, and that's part of having a discussion regarding this. So it's, we have to make a determination if this is something that is worthwhile for the town to consider. That hasn't happened yet. That's all we can say regarding it.
Mrs. Jewell is on her way to the podium.
Donna Jewell, 50 Keith Place. Just as a point of clarification on the parcels included, when I read the order, it does say 60 Broad Street. And my understanding, according to the assessor map, is that 60 Broad Street is the bowling alley. So is it all those parcels included in this order? If somebody could clarify that.
I think that we have a clarification on that. Is that because we have an easement there?
It is all of them?
Right, there's nothing contemplated at the bowling alley right now, but it is part of the district.
Okay.
And I believe part of the reason for that is there's an easement there for...
Merging the titles, and then there's a cross easement.
Okay.
So conceivably, if this got approved and if a TIF got approved for the Friendly's parcel, the owner of that property of the bowling alley could come back and ask for an additional TIF for the bowling alley project? Is that the way I understand this?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And then just a clarification on a yes vote and a no vote tonight. A yes vote allows or authorizes the town to engage in negotiations to determine if a TIF is possible. A no vote shuts it down completely and says the residents and the town do not want to consider giving anybody a tax break. Is that correct?
Yes, we see at this point there is no value to even engaging in those conversations.
That's all I needed to know for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other general comments or questions at this time?
Just going to make sure everyone can hear me, right? Cool. All right. Mr. President, members of the council, residents in attendance, and folks listening at home, good evening. MJ Spagone, 5 Lakeshore Center, Unit 1128. As I alluded to earlier in citizens' comments this evening, I had 2 items I was going to speak on. As a resident of the town, I wish to express concern, as I did several weeks ago when this was being voted on to bring to a public hearing. I believe the speed with which this was moved is a bit troubling without information to the public in general, without having information sessions as to the costs or benefits associated from a political and from a implementation standpoint. I know a lot of this was happening well before Mr. Casanova Davis came on, so unfortunately, Justin, you got caught in the middle of it, which happens. But my general concern is the fact that this moved as fast as it did without providing a little bit more context to the residents in town. Not all of us are hardcore, diehard, in the weeds, operational individuals in town. I certainly appreciate that I am. I certainly appreciate that other folks who have come out here with dedication also do. But not everybody in town understands that. A lot of us understand the high-level conversations as to what a TIF does, what it will do, and what it can do. The problem is that was not effectively conveyed to residents in town, and my general concern as a resident is that that is a piece of this conversation that is missing. As a council, if you're going to put something forward like this, knowing that there are other bodies in town, that body would be the one that I used to be on, which was the planning board, they would have had that discussion. The fact that you folks didn't have any type of open forum or open discussion about this troubles me. Because if you want buy-in from the community on any type of proposal, you need to have the information out there and share it with them. That way folks can make informed decisions. I am not going to speak as to whether I am in support of or against. From a financial aspect, if it comes to me as chair of the finance committee, I will allow my committee to have a fulsome conversation about it and make a decision from there to give back to you to make some sort of final opinion on. So I will let the vox populi behind me speak to you on those matters. And with that said, Mr. President, I will let the rest of the community speak for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to address a couple points, I think we're beginning that process now. We are having an open hearing here. We're discussing this openly with the public. We don't have any numbers to share with you yet. If we do establish this district, we will share those numbers openly, and I look forward to potentially doing that. But we don't have enough numbers to share or anything to really educate the public on until we maybe get past this process. And if we do, I look forward to referring it over to your committee and hearing your input to see what that financial impact is. But at this point, we're really just in hypotheticals. So we didn't want to go forward with any of that yet. With that being said, any further general comments or questions from the public?
Chris Ventura, Leonard Street. I know that the first young lady that came up requested the possibility of an impartial third party looking at the TIF situation. If it is such a wonderful thing for the town, I think a third party would be in agreement. But because of the water situation, all of us, I think I speak for all of us, we are really upset about not having sufficient water to drink, to cook with, to bathe with. And so to even consider a TIF agreement with that number of residents, it is completely unnerving. And so I think that if it is a wonderful agreement, get a third party in here who is impartial, who can look at the entire picture and not disregard it. If it's great, wonderful. If it isn't, it will come to the surface. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Christensen, 214 South Drive. So I'm confused. We're doing a district, TIF district declaration or whatever, but that sounds awful official. I mean, what we're really wanting to do is evaluate it, right? Why can't we just say, okay, evaluate this area? I mean, do we have to go through an official process before we can even do an evaluation?
That's the process.
I mean, can't just have a discussion with...
We didn't make up the process.
Seems like there's, okay, now we've got the district, so let's just go ahead and do the TIF. It's just like, I don't know, it just seems like if we just want to do an evaluation, we would just do an evaluation. I don't know.
It's unfortunate that it's called that, but we are essentially entering potentially an evaluation period. That's what the district does.
Okay.
It's just that it's called a district creation as opposed to an evaluation phase, right?
Okay.
But that's
I mean-
effectively what we're doing, and we're not being misleading with that at all. And after the evaluation phase or the district creation phase, we would, again, present an agreement to the council, information sessions, it'd go out to the ad hoc committee after it's thoroughly vetted by the town and all of those departments. And potentially a third party. As we said, it seems like there's a lot of support for that. So maybe that's something that the council would consider.
Okay, it just seems like a numbers, calculation or whatever evaluation could be done without an official process. We can just, but anyway, that's just an opinion. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any general questions or comments at this time?
Mr. President, can I just ask you a question? Can we ask audience members to please stop talking so we can hear the presentation?
Folks, because we don't have mics on right now, it's hard to hear. If we could just keep chatter in the background to a minimum, please. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Stacy Mooney. I live at 535 Conant Street. My very first town meeting, so if I'm not following protocol, please let me know if I'm out of line. I just have a couple of questions. I know you just mentioned you don't know figures. Do you know what, if the TIF was something that was decided to go forward with, what would the value be that would be taxable? And what tax would the town get? What would that annual figure look like? Versus no TIF, what would that annual tax look like? Do we know that?
I'll speak briefly to this, and then I'll send it over to the experts. A TIF agreement is anywhere from 5 to, I thought it was 95%, but maybe it's 100%. So that is the big variable number here. The town could enter negotiations and decide that the thing that works best for the town is a 10% TIF agreement over 7 years, which would be, again, on the low end. And then that would have a certain figure in which we would be recouping a vast majority of the improved value in that property. Now, let's say it's at 95% for 20 years, and I guarantee that would ever be approved by this council. We would be seeing a very, very small amount of that incremental value in that tax property. That's something that our assessor would go through thoroughly with their town manager. So that's a little bit of high level as I understand it, but I don't know if I missed anything.
So
expert.
to answer the first part, we would collect the taxes that we collect today. So whatever the taxes are on 2 undeveloped lots, an abandoned restaurant, and an abandoned bowling alley, those are the taxes that we get. That number doesn't change. As the council president indicated and as the manager indicated, we haven't seen numbers yet for the new project. So we don't even have a guess in terms of what the future taxes could be until we see those numbers, until the tax assessor validates what she thinks the value is and what the assessed value is. So as the president said, we're very early in the stages of the analysis.
Yeah, okay. But you would surmise it would be more than what you're getting now?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And then another question. So the purpose of a TIF, as you stated in your presentation, is to entice someone to buy land and have businesses to provide jobs to the community and whatnot, correct? Okay.
Piece of it, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's my understanding that this has already been purchased, though. A developer or whomever has already purchased these parcels. So there's really no need to entice someone, right? Because it's already been bought, correct?
It's already been bought.
Order, please, order. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, please continue. I don't mean to cut you off. But you're good? Okay. Thank you. Again, we are still in general comments and questions. Would anyone else like to come up and speak before we move on to the next section?
Evening, James Walsh, 60 Crescent Street. I'm speaking in this portion yet because I'm really not decided yet. I am one who would probably like to see the numbers before knowing for sure whether I think it's a good deal or a bad deal. But I hope we'll take away some of what we're hearing today. I think a lot of what we tend to hear is we come up to moments of almost crisis, right, where we're out of water, we're out, traffic is crazy. There's this incredible thing that's going to be built down the street and none of us can stop it. And I hope we'll really savor that, like what we're hearing tonight, and we'll really take some time, when this has passed, to really relook at our zoning and really make sure that our zoning is really a document that's reflective of 2025 when we're out of water, the streets are clogged, like we can't pay for our schools. Like I hope we'll really take some time to do that after this moment. So I know you have a loaded plate, but it's sometime in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come up and speak? Okay, we are going to close the general comment period. We are now going to move on to the next period, which is if anyone from the public would like to speak in favor of the agreement.
This should be the biggest surprise of the year. Bob Cormier, 65 Grange Park. I want to make sure if I don't address things that were mentioned earlier, just yell at me. First, the one-stop grant, that was denied yesterday. That was just for 60 Broad Street to try to improve a building that really should be knocked down. But like I said from the very beginning, I really want to try to save that parcel. That got denied 2 years in a row. We got no money as a town. So sure. Turn a little bit. So that one-stop grant got denied yesterday. The other thing that was brought up, 60 Broad Street, absolutely is in the agreement. It's because the parcels are combined, and we have literally an easement for a trash can. That's in the planning board. I will say on record, 60 Broad Street will not be part of any potential proposed agreement that we would evaluate if we were to get there. That building is not included. Still fully intend, if we can and it's feasible, to redevelop that building. It's just very, very difficult to try to do so. If there's any other questions, of course, I want to make sure everything's addressed that was asked in general comment. But I'm going to restate what you already know because I feel like I need to state the obvious. But the order before you is literally to let Justin and team do a thorough analysis that's not coming from me, because nobody's going to take my word for it, on if a potential TIF agreement, any version of it, could be beneficial to town right now and the impact it could have to the project, and is that beneficial to town? That's it. That's the crux of it. Our goal is we want to pay our own way and then some. So this is all on the public record, so please take my word for what it is. That means that what we would like to establish is generating new revenue that significantly outpaces any increased cost to emergency services, any increased cost to town services, all the way down to the library, any increased cost that could potentially result in new school enrollment, and then some. This project is designed to, and the numbers will show that. But again, I know you're not going to take it from me, so please let the professionals do the analysis. The other thing that was brought up, a third party, brilliant idea. We fully support that. Likely be willing to pay for it. Okay, also on the record. I really want to get to the point where people understand what is the reason for this TIF. What we are trying to do is to make sure that the commercial space in this development kind of lives up to its potential. Right? That's what a TIF is for. We want to utilize it so that we can be held accountable, and that every dollar of value that comes from a potential TIF, we're held accountable to, and it's measurable. That means bringing viable businesses that we all want. That means significant job creation. When we looked at it the first time, we're right around 20 jobs. Now, that could change. That's 20 new jobs. Some of the TIFs that you saw today, $1.6 million over 20 years, it didn't even create, it retained 2 jobs. This is a 20 job creation, meaningful jobs, full-time jobs. And talk about accountability. We need to provide the town back. Part of this in any agreement is accountability and transparency. You'll have a labor report as often as you want. If we don't stand up to our end of the bargain, fairly quickly, it's usually about a 90-day cure period, the agreement's null and void. I'm old school. I live on the values that you're only as good as your word, right? I'm going to do what I said we're going to do here and deliver this project at the quality that I said we are, obviously with some form of abatement here to try to have some skin in the game to help us achieve that. But you don't have to take my word for it. It would be in any agreement. We'll be held accountable to that. So I don't think that's understood. I think the other piece is that a TIF does not change quality standards. I'm not just saying this because Mr. Rulli's right in front of me, but the quality standards are clearly identified and laid out in the form-based code, particularly on the exterior. What a TIF does, or in the absence of a TIF right now, is it limits the ability to go on the interior specifically, super high-end finishes that would potentially complement what we're trying to do, which is condo quality, single-family, super high-end, one-bedroom apartments. But more importantly, is the TIF will help facilitate, do the full build out, and attract businesses that are going to generate those jobs that we're committing to. It's extremely, extremely difficult in this climate to do that without meaningful tenant improvement. We're essentially asking for a business to come in here and spend in building A upwards of $1 million on the build out and risk their entire business in the town of Bridgewater right now. I am on the phones every day trying to attract meaningful businesses. The phones aren't ringing off the hook to come here and spend that type of money and invest in their business yet. That's what this TIF is going to do. And that's where the real value is. And I think the value to the community and to the council is its accountability. Like I said many times here, you get to hold us, the developer, accountable that we're going to create a certain amount of full-time jobs, which is audited. We're going to bring viable businesses, and that leads to the occupancy. And all of that TIF benefit is invested directly back into businesses to bring to Bridgewater. That's the fact there. I'm not going to get into all the data. Trust me, nobody knows this project and the financials and the impact of the town more than me. I've studied it for a year at this point. I've talked to all the department heads, all the town services. I've talked to the school district. I have my take on what it is, but my take's irrelevant. Let the town side come up with a proposal. How great would it be to see no TIF? Here's the impact. Here's the impact of the project. This is the revenue. And then 5 versions of what a TIF could be. Here's the job creation. Here's the overall revenue impact. Here's the long-term economic impact. I know we heard a lot about water. I completely understand that. I'm fully in agreement that it's a problem that needs to be addressed. I'm sure most people don't know it's over $500,000 to tie in for this project, right into the capital fund. I'm sure most people don't know it'll probably be $70,000 a year right off the bat with the new tax water rates. You can't tell me in any circumstance that that's anywhere close to cost, right? So we're happy to do all that. We're just asking for a little help to be able to deliver the business portion of this property. And let me just end with this. So this Bridgewater means a great deal to me. It's built me. It's all I've ever known. I would never intentionally do anything that would hurt this community or put a burden on anybody else. I believe that with the fiber of my being. You don't have to believe me, but please just listen to it and let somebody else prove it. That's all I'm asking here. And that's all a yes vote does, is it allows this great team, who, by the way, incredibly financial astute in a very short period of time, go run this analysis, and I would be the first one to tell you I'll stand down. I'll be the first one to tell you if it doesn't make sense for this town and Justin and team tell me we can't do it, it is what it is. And what will be, but to not try and to basically legislate based on Facebook chatter that's where we are right now. So please allow them to give you facts. And let me end on a high note, because I mean this too. I want to thank you all for your service, and this is often thankless, definitely payless, and apparently now it's a dangerous position, which is very sad that we've gotten to this position. We need to do better, but I think the one thing everybody in this room can agree with, and it might be the only thing, is that you all deserve your flowers for that. So thank you very much. And I don't know if I'm allowed to take questions if you want to wait till deliberation.
We could take questions at deliberation, councilors. We all okay with that? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Would anyone else like to come up and speak in favor?
Good evening. This is my second town council meeting, and I'm about a year into Bridgewater residency, so thank you for being such a wonderful town. My fiance and I have bought our forever home, and I come from a small town in New Jersey where my great-grandmother, my grandmother, my mother, and I all grew up in the same town, and so I hope to be here for the next 40 years for the young person I also met on the way in here.
I'm sorry, can we have your name and address for the record?
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Justine Grossman, Pratt Ave. I think I'm a member of Mr. Kennedy's district. After researching both sides of the argument, my fiance and I here feel strongly that the proposal to establish the TIF district deserves a fair and fact-based look. I've heard a lot from my fellow townspeople here about wanting more information, about wanting to look at the financials. We have water problems, all of these things, and that it almost seems like a bit of a frustration that we don't have those details to look into right now. But that is exactly what approving the TIF district would do. I think the creation of a TIF district is sort of somewhat of a scary phrase or vernacular. It seems to confuse people. It even confused me being a newer resident. And so I'm very much in favor of letting our town manager here and others assess the financials and actually show us side by side, especially as a new resident. I will vote in favor of a TIF agreement if it feels like it's going to benefit our town and not deplete our resources, and I will vote against it if it shows otherwise. But we simply don't have that information right now. And so I love the idea of approving the TIF district so that we can get those details, we can assess the financials of it, and go ahead and make an informed decision. I think this particular stage of the process, because of the vocabulary we have to use, tends to confuse, and it did me as well. So again, we're very much in favor of creating the TIF district to take that next step, to get into the evaluation phase, and really look to invest in our community, invest in our downtown, which we moved here because we felt like the town had so much potential. And our cute little Stars Hollow, if people get that reference, downtown, that we could see one day, is what we would hope this TIF would do in terms of investing in the community. But again, that might not be the right decision. We simply can't make that decision without the information. So again, thank you so much. And again, hoping for another meeting in which we can look at the finer details. So thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come up and speak in favor?
Jeff Rayball, Pratt Avenue. I'll keep this concise and I hope cogent. There's questions of substance and questions of process. I heard a lot of really good questions of substance tonight, and to get some answers and more information for that, I hope we can answer the question of process first. Let's create the TIF district. Let's vote in favor of that, and then let's have the town manager and staff run the analysis, ask all of these questions and more probing, difficult questions, and see where it comes out. But to get to that point, let's vote in favor of the TIF district and at least give ourselves that option. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come up and speak in favor? Okay, so we will close this portion of the hearing. We're now going to move on to the next portion. So if anyone from the public would like to come up and speak in opposition, please go ahead and do so now.
Phil Mallard, 270 Grange Park. I'm not necessarily in opposition for it. I was late for the comment period. I am sort of in opposition, but I happen to have a law degree myself, and I have a question that really kind of, perhaps we can answer it, perhaps not. But even by creating the district, you're now creating an entitlement for this particular parcel. That runs with the land. So even today, if you guys vote yes today, you're giving the developer something that no one else in this town has. And they'll be marketing that when they look to move this project, if they're not the ones that actually turned it into a building. So once you create the district, it runs with the land. The term is appertenant until you guys destroy the district. So I think Ms. Jewell previously said something about the bowling alley being a part of it. It is. So when he puts a 100-story tower on that bowling alley, we're getting no taxes for that same period. It doesn't matter. The zoning could change tomorrow with this TIF in place, and that bowling alley is going to be a part of it. Same thing is true if he decides to sell the land. And I know it's a team, and I don't have any problem with Mr. Cormier or his plan. But what's really going to happen here today is if you vote in favor of the district, it's a district of one. No one else gets that. No one else can deal with it. But if someone wants to come in and buy that land, Mr. Cormier and his group will have the ability to ask for more because they have the ability to apply for a TIF. And when they sell it to someone else who's got a better project with better efficiencies and better margins, they might be able to do more on that land at a better price and still reap the benefits of the TIF that you guys are going to enact if, in fact, that agreement gets approved later on. But really, it's about, and I think for the public, too, to understand that the creation today isn't just always start the process. No, you're giving the developer something today by creating the district. And that'll be marketed, that'll be part of their plan and their package. And it goes to the value of the land. So I just want to be clear about that. And it's going to exist until you guys decide to destroy it. That's all I really have to say about it.
I have a comment and a question for the town staff. If we create the district, we're not creating an agreement. So there's no value assigned to that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Except that there's
Thank
a
you.
district there.
Good evening. Tom Pratty, 37 Bolton Place. Typically, as you well know now, a municipality establishes a TIF district in order to attract, entice, and incentivize developers to purchase land and build within the district because of the tax incentives that have been previously is the key, decided on by the city or town for that specific parcel of land. That's how it always works, except in this town. A TIF was never discussed regarding this property. Do you know why? Because the developer purchased the land almost 2 years ago without any TIF discussion with the town. This developer has already gone through the expense of engineering, architecture, and gone through the town's review process to build and has also secured financing. There is nothing for this town left to do. The developer invested in this project because it makes financial sense to do so without a TIF. In the future, there may be a time where a TIF makes sense for this town, but it is definitely not this district. Thank you very much.
Janet Hanson, Pleasant Street again. I start off by saying I am definitely not in favor of the TIF district. I sent you all letters, so you know how I feel, but there's so many things wrong with this whole process is because it came out after somebody bought it. As the previous gentleman said, this is supposed to happen before somebody actually buys it to, give an incentive to purchase and develop something that everybody considers an eyesore, which, by the way, the town should have, a little bit blame to that, should have required somebody to clean it up that owned it. There is an ordinance in there that the town never fined anybody to cut the grass. But TIF districts should be in place before a developer purchases a property, period. TIFs are set up to help attract a business and developer to a property that has been lacking interest and incentive. That's not the case in this area. A developer has already bought it and has plans before the planning board, and it will help the developer. I don't see how it helps the town. And it talks a lot about, everything talks about jobs, and as I mentioned before, those jobs aren't going to be limited to just Bridgewater residents, so, if it was just Bridgewater residents, maybe that might put a little bit more in the pot there. But he's already secured financing that I've understood, and he has also said that this project is going to move forward with or without a TIF. So why do we need to have, at this time, a TIF district? TIFs are primary for commercial, not necessarily for apartments. Town should still get taxes. If this is proposed TIF district order was proposed at any other time, I just don't think it's the right time. If this was done at any other time, when this town has been more financially secure, it probably would not be such a big deal. But we're not in a financial situation where we can afford to lose any amount of taxes. We're not in a good financial state. Schools are suffering, infrastructures are. I know it's not going to have a lot of kids, but any one kid in there would be $17,000 for that kid, so student. So who's paying for that? We need, the fact that the Proposition 2.5 was turned down by voters tells you everyone is struggling. Allowing a TIF district where a potential agreement can be put in place is not the right time. Bridgewater needs all the tax dollars it can get. The project will go forward with or without the district, TIF district. Generally for commercial properties, there'll be expenses for negotiating and reviewing finances. This is not going to be no cost to the town. There are going to be costs to the town. We've never needed, who's going to pay for that negotiating? Do we have the finances to pay for investigating a TIF agreement? Who's going to pay for that? We've never needed a TIF district before. Why now? Why just that location? There are other areas that may benefit from a TIF district, but this is not the time to have one. I say vote no. Town should enforce fines for upkeeping a property, and I already talked about that proposed statement on the order. And when it has been said numerous times that this is a vote for a district only, that proposal needs to be taken off. But TIFs are not without cost to the town, as I mentioned. It costs, we get less tax dollars, more cost to infrastructures. Well-intentioned, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with what he's putting in. I mean, that's the planning board situation, needs to figure tweak some of those things. But I really don't think we need a TIF district, and it's just going to open up a lot of things, and I say vote no. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to come up and speak?
Good evening. Nick Palmieri, Dartmouth Road. A couple of things. You know, it's interesting. Down on Bedford Street, there was a large parcel of land on the left-hand side as you're driving out that sat for years. It was, some would say, blighted, I guess they would call it. I don't recall having a TIF district created over there. And yet, the property was purchased and developed on, and we're collecting badly needed taxes on it. Number two, the town is not in the greatest financial shape. We have a lot of things, a lot of issues, some things that I believe will be coming forward from your finance committee. And the one thing we need is money, not more development right now, because obviously we don't have the infrastructure to handle it. And by putting together a TIF district, has been literally displayed in front of us, that it's to entice, that was stated by a previous speaker. We don't need to do that. The property's already ready that you're dealing with. It's already been through the approval process, and I'm sure that the developer wants to do all of this development because it's going to make the money. And having been involved in the world of finance for some time, no lender is going to lend on something that they don't believe is going to make it on its own merit. This would not be a piece of that, because obviously it's left up to the town to make that determination. So they will build that property. And lastly, if you look at this, we are in need of funds for so many things. Why don't we take care of what we have that are issues before we go allowing for lower revenues for ourselves? And lastly, since we have a very interactive crowd here tonight, we have seen people come up and talk about whether they're for it. I wonder if you could show by a show of hands how many people are here tonight.
That's not
that would
appropriate, Nick.
suggest-
That's not appropriate. They could come up and speak, but we're not going to vote here.
So, all right, well, I will speak for me, and I will tell you that I would respectfully ask all of you, just because we need to be a little bit nationalistic here in the town of Bridgewater and think of the town and the taxpayers before we're looking to take and give away funds, regardless of what it is. Not $5, not $5 million, none. We need those funds. And you know what? Later on, a few years from now, maybe a TIF would be a great idea for certain areas in the town. Not right now. It's just not the thing. Here we are involved with the MBTA. We have all of these issues before us, and what are we doing? We're wasting time on trying to come up with something that isn't really, frankly, necessary in any way, shape, or form in this particular instance. So I would respectfully ask all of you to vote no tonight on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
Good evening. Sandra Wright, 150 East Street. You have to.
Our mics aren't working tonight.
Everybody can hear me. I talk very loud.
Oh, louder.
Am I not on? The mic isn't working, Sandy. It's not working? The mic isn't working. Oh.
That's why.
I just want to say one thing to my council, and this is just my feeling. My hope tonight is that you take the leadership with smart choices, tough decisions, and hard work. It is not easy to say no, as we all know that. When you don't have the majority of the support and simply can't afford it, there's nothing else that you can say except no. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come up and speak?
Please, let's vote.
Steph D'Amelia, Harvest Lane. I'm not opposed to a TIF district. I just don't think it would be necessary to do one in the downtown. I think the perfect spot for a TIF district would be the corner of Elm and Route 104, where in the past a developer came in and was willing to try to put up 4 different commercial businesses to create jobs, relieve traffic from coming into the downtown on the 4 different businesses that were there, a restaurant, a CVS, Panera Bread, and a bank, or something like that. I think if you make that the TIF district, the people that own that property now would probably come right back into Bridgewater now that the intersection is back to where it's supposed to be, and you could draw a developer in that way when you already have one on Broad Street. I would go try to draw in a developer that's not here yet, and that would be the perfect spot. 4 commercial properties for commercial tax revenue.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm sure you can't really hear me.
It doesn't matter. Just talk.
What's that?
It doesn't work.
It's for the recording.
I'll just have to talk. Pat Neary from Lakeside Drive. I came here this evening to let you know that I hope you will all vote no on the TIF zone. It's too late in the process to be giving the TIF zone now, and it's primarily apartments. I mean, I can't see where it's going to benefit us downtown for businesses, and 20 new employees is not going to make a huge difference. I agree with Mr. Palmieri, Mr. Pratty, Donna Jewell, and Janet Hansen, all their arguments to vote no, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come up and speak? How are we doing? 9 o'clock.
Donna Jewell, Keith Place. Obviously here to ask you to please vote no. I heard something at the start of this meeting that really cemented my opinion on this, and that was that a union contract was renegotiated and employees gave up money. I commend the town manager for doing that and the town council for approving that. But to take money back from employees that are working hard and then turn around and even consider putting a proposal together that would allow anyone in this town to begin negotiating to give a developer money and assistance when our own employees are giving back out of their own pockets makes 0 sense to me, 0. Wasn't even 6 months ago we stood in this room, we talked about an override. We obviously needed desperately $8 million, and that $8 million got voted down. That was our schools, our police, our fire. How can we then turn around and say, we have some extra money and we're going to try to alleviate? I know we're not giving money to a developer, but we need every penny of every tax dollar we can get from this community today. We had to take, I think the number was $400,000 out of our reserves to fund the schools. And even if it's put down to just the commercial part of this business. I don't care if it's $5,000 a year. That's $5,000 that could go somewhere else to support our town, our residents. We have residents in this town that are struggling today to pay their tax bills. You would be surprised. I have personally helped out 3 families with school supplies that I was shocked really couldn't make ends meet. I'd rather take money, if the town has it, to help the people in this town. We obviously know we have water problems. We're going to be looking for more money for water. How many millions of dollars is that going to be? Hundreds of millions of dollars. Our police didn't get the extra payroll that they asked for. Our fire department didn't get the payroll. Our schools didn't get the extra support. The money just isn't there to give away a nickel in this town. I recently learned of a TIF agreement that came up in the town of Middleborough, and I'd encourage everybody here, residents and our town officials alike, to take a look at that. They just approved a TIF within the last few days to get $5 million in infrastructure improvements from a developer to improve 5 miles worth of road, water and sewer repair. They waived, the part of their TIF was to waive the $1.5 million that the developer was going to have to pay as a permitting fee for their water and sewer connection. What's the net gain on that? $3.5 million. It not only improved their water and sewer capacity, it took a $5 million burden off of the town. I'm going to hand Debbie a copy of the article because it's official, it's approved, it was approved by the townspeople. They have a different form of government, had to go to a town meeting for approval, and that's what they approved. I commend our town manager for all he's done in the short period of time he's been here, and I seriously mean that. He doesn't need this on his plate to go through this kind of analysis for something that isn't really in our best interest. I can't put it any other way. It just doesn't make sense. And I know we've talked about schools and the apartments, and even if it's 3 kids in that school that that apartment brings in, we can't cover it today with the kids we have now. So please, don't let this go any further. Release our town manager to do the work that he has to do today and not spend time on analyzing whether or not we should do the methodology and analyze all the numbers that would be presented. From the bottom of my heart, and for all of the residents in our town, and particularly those employees that just gave up money on a contract, please don't let this go any further and vote no today.
Thank you. Would anyone like to come up and speak? Okay. Everybody good? Oh, one more.
Not going to say much. Hey, John, thanks for getting back to me, and Sean, thank you. Gary Maurice, Village Gate Drive. This is the easiest vote you'll ever have. You can't give a TIF on this property. If there was maybe no housing, you could think about it if it was just businesses. But this is a piece of cake. Just vote no. That's all I got to say tonight.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come up and speak? All right. Oh, one more.
Eric Christensen, 214 South Drive. So I think the show of hands was a great idea, but I'll just say no, and then
yeah, we keep doing that. Sure. I'm glad we're having fun. Anyone else like to come up and speak in opposition before we move on to council deliberation? Going once. Oh.
Brady, all right. That's for a show of hands, Brady.
Thanks for that, Nick.
Marie Hayes, 50 Bolton Place. Can we do a show of hands? No. You know where I stand. No, please. We can't afford it. We really can't. We need every dime we can get from every tax dollar. And the town residents can't afford to keep paying increased taxes. People live in paycheck to paycheck and still not making it. You can't have us make that sacrifice and to keep making that sacrifice. We have senior citizens that live in this town that are struggling. We have families that are struggling. We have town employees who are struggling. You got to vote no. That's it.
Thank you. All right, we'll do this again. Anyone else like to come up and speak? Going once, twice. All right, we're going to close this part of the hearing. Thank you all for your participation. We really appreciate everybody coming out tonight. So we are now going to move on to the council deliberation period. I'm just going to open up to councilors. Would anyone like to start with any questions or comments? Mr. Lindy.
So I wanted to go first because I think the residents of this town have spoken loud and clear. Over 200 that have contacted me against, under 35 for, plus the people that were here tonight. We can't lose any taxes. We need every dime for this town, for the schools, for the town services. We heard from them on the override, and I'm going to echo what Donna Jewell said about unions. I'm a proud union member of the Mass Teachers Association. I've been one for 31 years. We just renegotiated contracts and took back money that we had originally offered. We do not have the infrastructure in this town for these projects. It's the cart before the horse. I'm sorry, it's the horse before the cart, okay? We have a project down the street, the Foundry Project, that is going to give this town $200,000 in mitigation money, and we have another project that wants us to give them money that we don't have to give. Right now, the question I want to ask the developer is, are they embarrassed to look at that mess that's been there for a year? They came into town, they cleaned it up. They couldn't clean up the graffiti because we have a water ban, because we don't have the infrastructure. Clearly, this is a no. No question. Thank you.
Councilors?
I wanted to say that we need the revenue in town. I don't think that we can forsake the revenue that we need. One thing that disturbs me is that the schools have cut out all the AP classes, the advanced placement classes. That's the sort of thing that upsets me, that our children are being shortchanged. We cannot spare the revenue. I believe the revenue needs to go to our schools, our roads, and so forth, and so I have to vote no.
Any other councilors to make a comment?
I will.
Yep.
So I've listened to all the residents, and I've looked at issues facing our town, the water and the sewer. So 80% of the town's revenue is from property tax. This area that we're talking about the district, is already a mixed use, so commercial has to be on the bottom floor anyways. I really struggled with this, and I was on the TIF ad hoc committee, and I can't find any benefit to having the TIF district. It's just not feasible right now. And I feel bad that we're talking more about this district than, like Mr. Lindy said, the Perkins development. I mean, he's doing so much for the town and so much what he's doing on his development, and we don't even talk about that. So I can't vote for the district.
Councilors?
Just a few words.
Yep.
I feel really strongly
that we're elected to these positions by the citizens of this town. And I can't do anything except vote what I hear the citizens asking for. That's how I will vote.
Thank you.
So a lot of us, I think, were contacted by many residents throughout the town. And I think some people are viewing this as a way to solve a property that is a mess and has been for a very long time. I think what we're seeing is that it is going to be developed one way or another. We do have some real concerns over the way our center of town does look, and I would really like to take some avenues at some point as a council to try to address some of that, whether it's funding other businesses that are already here and existing, in an attempt to clean it up in conjunction with something that may be getting built. That was an across-the-board complaint by pretty much everybody that reached out. I think the process for this raised concerns, especially from residents, whether they felt it was rushed, whether it was pushed by certain people. Personally, I don't hold anything against a developer for trying to get the best deal that they can get. That's what their job is. But what I've heard from residents in my district, in District 3, which is precincts 3, 4, and 9, almost at a 2-to-1, what I've gotten is a no from my residents. So that's where I'm going to land on this.
Thank you. Paul, do you have anything? Sonia?
I would just urge those that are no's to potentially be willing to allow for exploration. And this site has sat the same way since I was in high school. I'm going to be 38 in a few weeks. So you can do the math. I don't need to do the math for everybody in the room. And I just would like to comment on the fact that we sit here as 9 counselors, listening to everyone respectfully, never interrupting, never talking under our breaths. It's very disheartening when any of us speak, or the town manager speaks, or the counsel for the town speaks, or Mr. Rulli speaks, when we hear side chatter or backhanded conversations. So I would just ask respect for all parties involved. We're doing a job that, as some people have said, is quite thankless. And at any point in time, anyone that's sitting in those chairs could easily put their name on a ballot and run. Some of you have, and I appreciate and applaud that. But we really need to make sure that we maintain decorum in this room, or we've lost the plot fully. As the chair of the TIF Ad Hoc Committee, I know that there have been questions about process. I questioned the speed of the process at one point and did bring it back to my committee because I thought it was worth looking at one more time before we got to this point. Creation of a district is just that, creation of a district. I personally wanted to amend the district and have it be larger. I wanted it to be more inclusive with more properties on Broad Street. That to me is a long-term goal. If this agreement is something that we can even get to, the biggest word in that is if. It's either we potentially risk not doing anything and staring at what we have, whether we can clean it up or not, or doing something different. Doing something that other communities have been able to do, like Haverhill, where my mother is from. They did it in a much grander scale, and as it was noted, created 2 jobs, 2, in retention. I think we can do better here. I trust the town staff, and as the TIF Ad Hoc Committee Chair, I will commit to looking into having a third party come in and look at anything that we need to look at. We have the commitment from the developer himself that said he would also come to the table with that if funds were needed. So I just ask everyone to come with the same open eyes and hearts and minds that a no vote wants for potentially a yes if it's feasible vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number one, I just want to let everyone know, unfortunately, due to the fact that I own property that borders this property, I cannot vote on this evening. But I will, speak some opinion on the situation. This obviously would be the first time ever the town would go through a TIF process. So even like I say, as Councilor Striggles mentioned, a vote to create the TIF district, if not beneficial to this particular process, this property, could actually be a good process for the town to undergo, since it was mentioned there could be other potential blighted properties in town that could benefit from a TIF district. So to go through this process and create a TIF district would not be a bad thing, because in the fact that we could go through this process and see if it would be beneficial to the town or not. Secondarily, it's I lost my train of thought. It is something that, as Councilor Striggles did also mention, this particular property has been blighted for so long. I would like to see something built there. If in the end, as mentioned by another resident, if we could come up with an agreement that includes some upfront money to potentially pay for infrastructure or betterment of the area, that also too could be incorporated into a TIF agreement in lieu of taxes down the line.
Point of order. Mr. President, is it appropriate for someone that's recusing himself on the vote to comment on this project? I'm going to ask you to go through you to the town council.
I'll defer to town council on this one.
I don't think that he can vote. I think he's taking part in the deliberations. Whether that is improper is probably a point of order that's determined by the council president. But I think he's clearly, if he's saying he has a conflict of interest from a legal perspective, he can't vote.
I'm not
know
voting.
that. I'll leave that to you. That's a point of order that relates to probably the rules. But I don't think there's any inherent conflict of interest to discuss, but I certainly think he cannot vote.
Right, okay. So, yeah, just continue.
All right. Again, that's why I stated that up front, that I cannot vote on this particular item, but I can certainly have an opinion. But again, as I stated, anything that's potentially could be in an agreement on this could be, like Middleborough did. They negotiated upfront money in lieu of taxes down the line. By saying no on this from the beginning, it just defeats all the potential conversation that can happen in a potential, agreement or not an agreement. Doesn't mean that anything's going to go forward, but it at least gives the town the opportunity to go through the process for the fact that if it's not for this particular property, it could be applied to a property down the line that could also be beneficial to the town of Bridgewater. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, councilors?
Can we call the question if everyone's spoken? Can I call the question?
I haven't
It's
gone
not
yet.
here now.
Okay.
Right? We should wait.
I have some questions. I know that Mr. Cormier said he was willing to take questions. So, Mr. Cormier, are you willing to take any questions? Before I decide here, I have some questions that were brought to me by residents here tonight and also via email. It's been brought to our attention that you've secured financing. So it looks silly for us to approve this if you've already secured financing. Can you kind of speak to that? Is there anything part of your financing that is contingent upon this, or how does this kind of work itself into the financing part of it? Because we look kind of silly to approve such a thing.
No, yeah, I can understand that. No, so obviously it's public record. There's nothing to hide. You could probably see activity on the site today. I heard some comments about, is the project going forward or not? It absolutely is. We're starting work. We started work today. So I think I very clearly outlined what a potential TIF benefit would go towards, which is obviously the commercial portion of this project, but it doesn't affect the fact that we are going to be building the highest quality project that is financially feasible on this site, with or without a TIF. That's been from the very beginning. We did secure construction financing, of course we did. Like this project's been approved for 4 months. It's moving forward. Of course we secured financing. Like any loan, it's contingent on several things. One is approved general contractor contract. We have to get conservation approval of erosion control, things like that. And yes, one of the conditions is a tax abatement agreement of some kind. That doesn't mean it's a yes or no on the financing, but it does mean that the amount that we can draw is impacted. So if there's no agreement whatsoever, that amount will be adjusted of that construction loan.
So if we don't move forward with a district and then obviously an agreement, are you going to be able to, you're going to have less money? Is that what you're saying?
Likely.
For the project?
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens then if you have less money for construction? What's going to be the consequence of that?
Yeah, I mean, we find ways to deliver the same quality project that meets the form-based code. What will suffer first is tenant improvement. I mean, that's going to be the first thing to go. So,
what can you just explain that?
Tenant improvement. So, in any new development, that's why you see a lot of buildings with residential up top and a white box on the bottom. That's because no businesses right now, unless you're a national or regional chain, can come in and afford the build out. As we said from the very beginning, this project is extremely tight, which was the reason to even start this conversation. Tight financially. We can't afford in the pro forma to build a high quality project and offer tenant improvement. That's meaningful, right? So that's the first thing to go. That's the main reason for the TIF. I mean, there's also going to have to be decisions. We're going to have to go look at every material that we're using. We're going to have to be very selective, obviously. We're going to have to find efficiencies in the build, but it's impactful. Said from the very beginning.
So if we don't, or if we aren't able to move forward, then your ability to attract a commercial tenant would be reduced then?
Significantly, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, in all the conversations I've had so far, because I don't know the outcome of the last 5 months, obviously, I've had those conversations very discreetly with potential businesses coming in. The common theme, which is very obvious, is that, especially in Building A, so the building to the left in the development we refer to as Building A, that's 3,000 square feet. The cost to build that out, depending on what goes in there, could be anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million. The conversation ends, right? So we have to find a way to try to balance that build-out cost with a cost per foot that's relevant in the market. So that to me is the biggest impact. It is what it is.
One last question, and then if anybody has any questions. You talked about accountability before, and you talked about holding yourself accountable for job creation. So did you mean quite literally, if you don't create 20 jobs, then the agreement is void and there's no longer an abatement?
Yeah, I mean, there's no agreement yet.
If we were there, yeah.
Right, but that's very typical in a TIF agreement. Like it would, you can look at any number of, excuse me, you can look at any number of examples, but typically it would say something like an investment of a certain amount, in this case north of $30 million. It would say the number of full-time jobs created with preference to residents that live in the town. That was another comment that was made. That's very clearly stated. And then it's basically an audit process. We would have to essentially provide labor reports that would verify that. And if not, there's a 90-day cure period. And if it's not cured, it's dissolved.
Okay.
So it's ultimate accountability, and it's flexible. There's no there's a template, right, for a TIF agreement, but you can put whatever accountability you want in there. We haven't had that opportunity.
That's helpful. Does anybody have any questions before we wrap this up?
I do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Comey. So you're saying that if you don't get the TIF, you're going to have trouble getting commercial on the bottom floor?
It's going to be a lot more difficult. Yeah.
I mean, you knew that coming in, that that area that you were buying the land is a mixed use.
Correct. Yeah.
So I'm curious why Foxborough, Sharon, Canton, Rentham, Franklin, they all have nice buildings and commercial underneath, and maybe you're not looking for the right commercial, the retail. That's the number one reason why you don't get businesses, because you have to look for the community. We talk a lot about how we like to go to Easton for breakfast, but are you going to look around for the local areas? Yeah. And pull retail from there, small ones, pubs?
That's exactly what I'm doing, and exactly to my point, Easton's a really great example. Everybody's favorite businesses in Easton I've had direct conversations with. You know what they say? If I'm expanding right now, it's built to suit and $20 per foot.
No, I mean, if we know that people like to go there because of breakfast,
sure,
why don't you go? Or if you look in Mansfield, people go to a certain place because it's an Italian deli. So, I mean, to say that you're going to have a hard time because you're not getting the TIF, maybe you're just not looking at the right retail, because you got to look at other towns.
Those are well-established businesses that already exist, that have already done their build-up costs in a very different environment. Yeah.
And that shows that they're viable. I mean, that deli in Plainville, I mean, it's not a high-end, but
North End Deli?
That deli, yes.
Been there for 15 years.
Exactly. So you should be looking for stuff like that you know that can come into this town and will last a long time.
Maybe I'm not communicating properly. That deli was built out 15 or 20 years ago. It is a completely different build-out cost and economic environment and cost per foot than it would be to build out now in new construction. It's not the same. If you were to go to a deli like that and say, we can give you 20 grand of build-out costs on 1,600 feet, they might still have to drop $400,000 or $500,000 on the
I
building.
thought on the first floor, it had to be a certain space, high ceilings,
It
a
is.
certain open space.
It's all commercial.
So, I mean, if you look at the deli in Mansfield, it's a small one, and it's constant business. I'm just saying.
Mr. President?
You knew.
Could I call the question, please?
I can't ask my questions?
Yes, you've
First
asked.
of all, someone already has the floor, so you can't call a question
can't
when
call
someone
while
has the
she's
floor.
talking?
Yeah, we're-
But
we
in
haven't closed the
addition to
hearing yet.
that, I don't think the hearing's been closed, and I don't think there's a pending motion, so
Okay.
you can't call the question.
Fine.
I get what you're saying. I'm just telling you the reality of the situation. And any small business, that's why I said if you're not, I don't want a regional chain here. I want locally owned small businesses. The businesses that I have teed up that are a real possibility are exactly that. They're great places. One of them is a breakfast, lunch, and dinner cafe, counter serve, in and out, no TVs. They're ingrained in the community. It's owned by an Army vet. Would be ready to sign tomorrow. That business is booming, but he can't afford another build out right now. So there's nothing I can do there. Right?
What do you mean when you say a build-out?
The build out of the commercial space. That's
So you have to
typically
make
not
it larger? You're going to make it larger if you get the TIF?
Oh, no, the fit and finish. So all we need to do, when you build a mixed-use building, it's called a white box. It's weather-tight and conditioned, right? There's plenty of properties around the common that are exactly that. Then you wait and you advertise a lease based on a tenant improvement, sometimes none, sometimes full build to suit, and then on the back end, it's a cost per square foot, right? In order to get anywhere near the cost per square foot and the build-out cost, there's just, I've said from the very beginning, this is a very tight financial project. We can't offer significant tenant improvement. We have to focus our funds and our financing on building a quality project first, right? Building, landscape, architecture, all that stuff, the brick that everybody loves, that I do too. That's the priority. There's just no more money. So we're going to have to wait for the first business that comes that is willing to build it out and pay a fair market.
It does concern me a little that you bought this a couple years ago, knowing the restrictions in the form-based code and commercial and that, and now you're saying the only way you can get retail is if we give you TIF so you can have the build-out.
Yeah, I'm not saying the only way. I'm going to try like hell. I just know the reality is it's going to be very difficult.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I just wanted to ask that if you were to do the residential, would the rents be sufficient to do build-outs later?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, if you build a building that has mostly residential units and then some commercial on the bottom, you'd be presumably getting rent from all the tenants.
Correct. That's the reason for the
Okay, so
development.
that would be a source of income, and would you be able to successfully, you think, put it into the commercial
So
later?
that's all already underwritten in the financing. That's
Okay.
all of that rent against what our note is, what our construction costs are, what our soft costs are. That's all underwritten. The debt service coverage ratio that made this deal, this entire development difficult to finance, is all already underwritten. Every dollar of that rent goes towards paying down the note, or the bank wouldn't finance it, right?
Okay.
Potentially, I mean, way down the line, if we were to refi or continue to own the building, then maybe we could do a refi if rates drop and they're beneficial to us, but
And hopefully the interest rates come down and you could do a refi.
refri, yep. That would be good.
Refi.
I'm with you, yep. That would be good.
I just, as a resident of the town and somebody who took some initiative to try to solve a problem that we have in town on your own and trying to do the best you can to do that, I just wanted to say thank you. That does, I feel like it does mean something to a lot of people, so I just wanted to say that thank you for doing that and taking the initiative to try to solve a problem that we do have in town.
Appreciate it. Yep. Yep.
Yes. And I would.
And let me just comment on that. Like it doesn't change what we're going to do. This is from the very beginning, the commitment is the highest quality project we could possibly deliver that's financially feasible. So that's what's going to be delivered.
Yes, I would like to thank you also. and say what you're doing is very, very good for the town. My only thing is, we can't spare the revenue.
Sure. I can understand both sides. I don't intend to be combative. I'm just trying to deliver the best possible. And that's why I'm a little discouraged, right? Because I want to be able to see someone other than me show what that looks like. But it's not my vote, no.
Any other questions before we move on here? Okay, sounds great. So I'm going to note the time here. It is 9:52. I'm going to close the hearing, and then I'm just going to make a motion for a quick pause. I need to hit the restroom, and then we could come back here and deliberate some more, and then go ahead and send this to a vote. So motion to take a brief recess.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Huh? You just made the meeting longer. Recess. Or to recess, I don't know how long the recess will be. Who doesn't shut their phone off? What? What's going on?
Very disrespectful. They're sitting.
Oh, at the door.
That's mine. It fell. Well, I was eating my apples. Trying to get my baby to move. You want to see it when it's beginning of December. I pray. I just wanted to keep my ribs. We have. We're just keeping it for ourselves. Every time. What's significant? Have to be. Her middle name is Her original name will be Jean.
What you were trying to say to me when you turned around.
Order, order. Order, order. Thank you for those who are still here. I'll need a motion to bring us back into session.
I'll make the motion to extend the meeting.
Right. Can we do that second?
Bring us back in session first.
So, and all those in favor?
Aye.
And
And I'll make a motion to extend past our normal meeting time of 10 o'clock to, I'm going to say 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
At the latest.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right. So we are now done with our hearing. We're going to go ahead and bring the order to the table for a vote. So we're now going to bring order FY 25-071 to the floor. And as the one of the individuals who sponsored this legislation, it's clear after speaking with everybody tonight and deliberating with the council that at this time it would be in everybody's best interest to rescind the order before us. I spoke with Councillor Murphy, who is co-sponsor in this, and he is in agreement to do so. So I would like to go ahead and make a motion to rescind.
Point of information, what does that do in terms of it's being brought up again?
I'll defer to our town council.
You're making a motion to withdraw?
Yeah.
So if it's withdrawn, it can be brought up again?
At any time?
Correct.
No.
Did you vote on the motion?
Jason, do we have to vote on to my motion to rescind, or can I just withdraw it?
Did you have a second on your motion to withdraw? Can we have order, please?
Yeah.
You made a motion to rescind, which I think is the proper form is a motion to withdraw under the rules.
Yeah, withdraw, motion to withdraw.
Was it seconded?
Do we have a second?
If there's no second, then it fails anyway.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Okay. Now you can take the vote on the motion to withdraw or to have a discussion on it.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion to withdraw? Mark, you got a question?
No, I
That
want
was
to take
answered.
I want to take the vote.
Why are we doing this? I don't know.
It's clear that the public has voiced their opinions. It's clear that the council has deliberated, and it's not in the best interests to move forward. And I, as the sponsor, would just prefer to withdraw at this time.
But we can bring it back up.
At any time.
Well, it would have to be brought on as an agenda item in the future. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Could I ask a question?
Sure.
If we vote against it, can it be brought up again sometime? Can this be brought back?
It could be brought up as
If
an
it
item
fails.
in the future. And if it fails, it could also be brought up again in the future. It would have to go, order, please. It would have to be a 6-month period before the exact piece of legislation comes
Be
back.
brought up again?
It's 2 years for a zoning amendment. Now, if this is in a piece of legislation, as part of a piece of legislation, if it is different, then it could still be brought forward. So it would have to be the exact same order. And you have my commitment here that this is not a ploy to bring it back. I'm just trying to do
Okay.
the right thing here and
No.
bow out and say, let's just pull this back and let's continue with business.
Appreciate.
Any further discussion?
So we, Mr. President, through you to the town council, so we can take a vote on the motion to withdraw.
I think you have to take a vote on the motion to withdraw.
Okay.
All right, we'll take it seems like there's some
Roll call.
contention here, so we'll take a roll call vote.
You ready?
Yep.
Mr. Lindy?
No.
Ms. Hunt?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Dr. Perry?
I recuse myself from this vote based on the fact of my
Mr. Loretti?
Yes.
Ms. McGrath?
No.
Ms. Striggles?
Yes.
Ms. Ellenberg? And Mr. Kennedy?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 to 4.
Okay.
Measure fails.
The measure fails, so we will go ahead and vote then. So that being said, do I have a motion to, is there a motion to approve at this point? Okay, so we do not have a motion for approval, so it fails.
I'll make a motion to vote.
Well, it'd be a motion for approval.
Second, we want to have this.
It doesn't fail, it just will go on the next agenda. You have to either take a vote or not take a vote. If there's no motion to approve, then you have to continue it for the next meeting. Otherwise, it just sits there. There's no mechanism, and every matter that comes before the council, the town council, pursuant to its own rules, has to take a vote on. So at some point, you'll have to vote it, either yes or no.
The question, to move the question.
Point of order, Mr. President. I do believe, in line with council's advice, we do have a first and second on the vote.
Okay, sounds good. So we have a motion for approval. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh, and we have a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah,
All
to
right.
clarify, we're voting whether we should approve a district or not?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Lindy just made a motion to approve the district.
So we can take a vote on it.
Okay.
Well,
I
let's
just-
be clear, you made a motion to approve.
Right.
I think you made a motion to call the question.
Whether to approve or not.
Yeah.
And then we have a second. So why don't we go ahead and do a roll call then?
Mr. Kennedy?
No.
Miss Ellenberg? No. Miss Strigels?
Yes.
Miss McGrath?
No.
Mr. Loretti?
Yes.
Dr. Perry's abstained.
Recuse myself.
Yep. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Miss Hunt?
No.
And Mr. Lindy?
No.
3 to 5. Motion does not pass.
Great. All right, so we will move on. We already did legislation for action. We do not have any old business. We'll move on to new business. We have Order FY 26-026, laying out and accepting a private way, Magnolia Way. Who is this referred by? Sorry, I lost
This comes through me. So do you want me to speak on it for a moment?
What's that?
I can speak on it for a moment. It
Yeah,
comes
sure.
through me. So as similar to our last meeting where I had a few streets on there as well, as the District 3 counselor, these are all in my district. It has to be presented through me to get brought to the council. And then we vote on whether or not we want to send it to the planning board. There were some good questions asked last time, which I anticipate will come up in the future on those roads, and those are also pertinent to these. I would prefer to not have to speak on everyone just to save time, but if anyone has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. I personally would look forward to a planning board review on these. And so we actually have more information as a council in what we're looking at, so.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion to refer to the planning board.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Next one, Order FY 26-027. Sean, is that you as well?
That is me as well. To save time, everything that I just said.
All right, great. Looking for a motion to refer to the planning board. Do I have a motion and a second? Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next, we have Order FY 26-028, laying out and accepting private way of Sycamore Lane.
Same from me. Motion, it's going to go to the planning board hopefully, and we can get some information.
All right, great. Do I have a motion for approval in a second? Oh, sorry, motion to refer in a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Next, we have a piece of legislation that I've brought forward to you all. This is Order FY 26-029, an adoption of the scope of work for the independent review of the Bridgewater-Raynham Regional School District. So we recently had a joint meeting. This was now a few weeks ago, and then upon some deliberation of speaking with all three of our boards, we decided that it was in the best interest to go ahead and move forward with the financial review. We did have a resolution here and a letter that we had sent to the school committee. They considered that. We also spoke with the Raynham Select Board and then the school committee. And then I believe the school committee, I may have the wording incorrect here, but did authorize the chair, Ms. King, to engage with us and work collaboratively with us on this. I did come up with a scope of work through speaking with Clifton Larden, which is an accounting firm. I then sent that to our town manager. I did some work on the back end, and what we have before us is a scope of work. What would be the next point in this process is that this would then we would then send it to CLA and ask for them to send us and engage with us with a contract, so we could take this scope of work and then understand exactly what the cost is going to be. We do have a estimated cost of somewhere between $50,000 and $60,000, which is exactly where we were in the beginning of this process. We did speak high level at our joint meeting that we would be sharing this cost with the town of Raynham, somewhat somewhat proportionally to how we usually share the rest of our school costs. I think that is something that is definitely worthwhile. It's something that we've discussed here, and I think that the findings could be very beneficial. As we talked tonight, we have a lot of holistic issues here in this town, and one of them is making sure that our school is funded properly and is operating in the most efficient way possible. And I think this is the way to begin. So what we have before us is just a scope of work. I would like to just move or look for a motion to retain this at the council level, and we could then officially engage and look for a contract.
So moved.
Thank you. Any discussion on this one, guys? Yeah.
Thank you. As you all know, I've been adamantly against any internal audit or whatever we're calling for this. And for me, it's the scope and the cost of spending taxpayer money to tell us what should be done in our schools. And we have a school committee and a superintendent who make money and a living making these decisions. And so if they're not doing that effectively, I am all for holding those folks accountable. But to spend taxpayer money to have somebody come in and do an operational audit that, one, we don't have a final cost for yet, so I have trouble approving an order that has a scope on it with no cost attached to it. And then two, the consultants will come up with a list of recommendations that then we'll pass to the school committee and hope that they implement, if at all. And whether those recommendations amount to the cost that we're gonna pay or not is all factors for me. I just think this is the wrong approach. I know that all 9 of us seem to agree that there is a strong issue in our schools. There is a clear underfunded issue with our schools. There's a clear gap with what the state is funding to Bridgewater Raynham. And so I would love to see us refocus our efforts and join together to get some kind of increase or eyes on us, but I just don't think this is going to be the end game or the solution that we're looking for. And we're going to spend a lot of money wasting that. A lot of taxpayer money wasting to get there. So again, I'll vote against this, but that's my reasoning why, just for clarity.
Any further discussion?
So, all due respect, I think we need to do this. I think it's a taxpayer confidence issue in this in the school district. I mean, I'd personally rather spend it on a teacher or do a lawsuit against the Commonwealth to give us the adequate funding, but I think this is a first step. I think all parties have agreed to it, and I'll be voting for it.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, Paul, I can give you one example. I had some residents call me, 18 kids go to Briscoe Aggie. On the first day of school, no buses showed up. They were told that they didn't know, and they're not in charge of transportation anymore at the high school, at the superintendent's office. So they had no idea that these kids had no buses, and then a week later, the kids stood again, and no buses showed up because the bus driver called. So they're trying to put it onto our finance director, saying it's up to us, but we gave money for transportation, and they're not using it, and they're not following up on the kids. The parents are very upset they're not getting answers. The only ones they got answered from was from our finance committee, the finance department, and the 2 bus, now we have 2, which no one knew. We have the Lucia, I think, Lucini, and he hired another person to do some buses. So they were told, the parents were told, well, there's no one in charge of transportation because the budgets were cut. But all the other kids got so on. So there is a lot of problems, and if we're paying transportation, I expect buses to be picking up all our kids. And I don't expect the superintendent to be directing the parents to our finance department. So there are things I think that it would be worth to see in directing. And if we see problems, I mean, I know I've been an opponent of saying maybe it's time we withdraw from the districts. Our schools are overpacked. We have no control over our negotiation, transportation. So we need to dig in a little bit more. And it might cause a problem, and it's because I've spoken against the school. I've had problems come at me, but I'm not going to step back because I think we really need to, because we're already talking about another override. We can't do that. We have to fix the problem. Council Ellenberg, the AP classes, I mean, there's a lot going on, and I think we need to at least start the digging in to see where we can go. And I know it costs a lot, but, you know.
Yeah. We're just voting to retain at council level now, but we could do this.
I know. It's already laid it out.
It's all right.
I actually agree with you, Councilman McGrath. There are obvious issues with our school system here in Bridgewater Arena. I just don't think this is the solution to do it. I don't think spending any taxpayer money to produce a report of problems that we already know exist. You just named it. So why are we paying consultants to tell us what we already know? Why can't we get to the root of the problem? Why do we have a superintendent that makes $200,000+ a year and these issues are happening? Why are we not holding that accountable? Why are we not holding school committee members accountable for what is happening in our school systems, right? So I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I just don't think this is the solution to how we get there. I want to get there quicker. We know what the issues are.
I understand, and I can answer that question for you, because we're a district, they're their own entity, and they do not have to answer for anything to anyone about anything. Absolutely nothing. And that's why it's true.
I don't want to talk about it, so.
Okay. But I mean, that's what.
Any further discussion?
This is what I've been
Pose the
told.
question.
I agree with sending this primarily because the school makes up about 60% of our town budget, and even though we control a lot of the funding, I think this is one of the only things that we maybe can do from what voters are asking us to do. I don't disagree with Councilor Murphy that we have a school committee, and a lot of this should be directed towards the school committee. I also don't disagree with Councilor Murphy that not having an actual budgeted item on here is problematic. But I know that this is to retain this at our level. So I support this as being something that we can do. I don't like spending the money on it either. The school did do something that they spent money on. But I think we were pretty clear on what we were looking to have done. And I think we all sat down at the table and they also agreed to this. So I know we're splitting the cost, which is good. And I don't like spending the money. I don't like not seeing a complete dollar amount on this for what we're looking to fund. So I hope that we can kind of clarify that. Do you have any guidance at all in the process? I know that you've been looking into this a bit.
Yeah, so in order to get an accurate estimate, we need to define the scope. And I didn't want to go outside of my authority to provide them with a scope without bringing this to you all. So out of respect for the 9 of us here, I wanted to basically get the green light to ask them for a quote based on this scope.
Okay.
Yeah. We could put an estimate on here, but it would quite literally be an estimate. Yeah.
Can just for reference on the town side of things, just trying to figure out, so is this an appropriation to hire an auditing firm to do this? Is this in order, if you're defining the scope of something, what is the procurement process going to be? Who's doing the procurement process? If it's the town of Bridgewater doing the procurement process, the town manager is our procurement officer. So this should be coming from the town manager to the council. I'm really unclear at what this order actually is. If the school committee's doing the procurement process, they're a completely separate entity, and there's no order that we should be issuing out of this body that somehow is directing their procurement process, because we don't have purview over it. So if this is a resolution to say to them, these are the things that aspirationally we'd like to see in the audit that you do, I think that's probably okay. But I'm very unclear as to what this order is actually doing.
Yes, so it would be to basically send this scope to CLA, who would then send a contract back to the town, to which the town manager would send an appropriation order to us to fund.
Who procured CLA? There was no procurement process that I'm aware of. That is a very, honestly, I think this order needs a lot of vetting. There are many things in this order that deal with several different laws and even maybe some conflicting laws. So while I can completely appreciate what you all are saying, you want to get some sort of audit of the school district. I completely get that.